Start the weekend in Gardener's World. Sounds like a good plan to me. Tonight at 8. Right now, BBC Two, back to Sheffield's Crucible Theatre, where, wait for it, the World Snooker is starting to blossom.
Good afternoon. Mr. Trump certainly made headlines yesterday, didn't he? Yes, the US president is coming for a visit here this summer. But our snooker, Mr. Trump, is staying put here in Sheffield. He was involved in a late-night scramble to become the last man into round 2 against Chris Wakelin, and Judd Trump just about fell over the line. No doubt he's still mopping his brow even now. And there are a few tired faces in the Winter Gardens today, because I suspect a lot of you will have stayed up to watch that one. It was a fantastic match, probably the best of the championship so far. So we are now well underway in round 2, and the chase for quarter-final places begins with us this afternoon with a rocket.
Romeo Sullivan wins the World Championship.
The best player in the world.
Superb throughout the 17 days, and this Crucible crowd give him a standing ovation. You're looking at a genius there. Romeo Sullivan is the 2015 World Snooker Champion.
Yes, 5-time champion Ronnie O'Sullivan was given a searching first-round examination by Stephen Maguire last weekend, and he was back at the table this morning to face Ali Carter. Now, these two have previous. In fact, this is the 5th time the Essex boys have squared up at the Crucible. Carter yet to win one, including in 2 finals. Session number 2 in round 2 for Masters champ Mark Allen and a Masters runner-up Joe Perry this morning. A catch-up coming your way. Then it's time to welcome the warrior, Kyron Wilson, who's come close to landing 3 big titles this season. He meets the Welsh terrier, Jamie Jones, fresh from his last gasp win over Sean Murphy. He comes alive at the Crucible. And back for more today, Barry Hawkins, who was tearing ahead last night, 4-0 and 5-1. But the baby-faced new boy, Liu Hao Chan, hit back and has a real foothold in their match. He's only 2 behind. And how will the Glaswegian Gladiator get on in Pot Quiz? Anthony McGill is up next. Well, I saw Ali Carter at the breakfast table in the hotel this morning, all suited and booted and ready for his date with Ronnie O'Sullivan today. He was not perusing the newspapers, and he would be well advised not to read any publications that have his head-to-head record with the Rocket either, because it doesn't make very edifying reading for him. In 13 big occasions, he's yet to beat O'Sullivan, and that includes all 7 Triple Crown occasions that they've faced off over the last 17 years, and 4 previous matches at the Crucible, including 2 finals, 2008 and 2012. But Ali was certainly fired up, more than a bit peaked, actually, and full of fighting talk ahead of this one.
I've been through a lot in my life, and I've been ill, and I've, been staring death in the face, and to still be here and now competing against one of the best players of all time in the last 16 of the World Championships, don't get much better, does it? He's red hot favourite. I've not got a good record against him, so he should steamroller me. But, I'm going to turn up and see if I can put a few balls. It's the Ronnie O'Sullivan show, isn't it, really? I turn up for my match, and everyone else's dressing room, but he's still in the dressing room after he's won. So I've gone in the office and said, what's going on? Where's my dressing room? Oh, Ronnie's still doing interviews. Well, sorry, but he's had his match. I've got a match now. you know. But, you know, it's all everyone's sort of like, oh, no, don't want to upset Ronnie and don't want to do this and don't want to do that. When, you know, we're all equal, we're all snooker players, we're all in the top 16. He's had his match, it's my turn to play a match. We all want to win, we all want to be world champion, that's why we're here. I'm determined to try and enjoy the match against Ronnie. We know what he is, we know how good he is, but, you know, I can play as well, so bring it on, come on then, let's have it.
On then.
And it'll be interesting to get the thoughts on two former world champions, Steve Davis and Ken Doherty, for that. He's up for it, isn't he?
Oh, I love a bit of fight and talk, a little bit of fire and brimstone, bring it on. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's nice that he can express himself. I suppose he has a point. If somebody is still in his dressing room when he's trying to prepare for a match, I've no problem with that whatsoever. And it's good to have a little bit of spice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The dressing room spat. Is this generally, these themes he discussed, felt by others on the tour?
Well, possibly. You know, the first round of the World Championship, where there's 3 sessions and it's quite tight as well, 9 frames, 10 frames. There is some overlap. I suppose, yeah, once you finish your match, you're supposed to get all your stuff out. But then if somebody drags you off to the press conference, what do you do? But, you know, perhaps it's just thinking a bit more about your fellow professionals is perhaps what Ali's thinking, that perhaps Ronnie doesn't care so much about his other professionals, so much so that he may call the occasional one a numpty, and also he's not actually worried about taking his stuff out of the dressing room. So perhaps he's got a point.
Well, it is rare, however, for someone to be so outwardly confrontational before a match. And let's be honest, every time someone has before they've played Ronnie, it's ended in tears.
It's ended in tears. Well, listen, his record is so bad against him. I mean, it's 13-0. It can't get any worse. So maybe he's trying to fire himself up. And if that means like having a go at Ronnie in the press and say, look, it's not the Ronnie O'Sullivan show. There's lots of other snooker players in this tournament as well. Then if that's going to encourage him and make him play better, then let him do it. There's no harm in that.
Well, it's fascinating stuff.
In fact, I think Ronnie would probably respect him more, the fact that he's had a go at him.
You think so?
I think so, yeah.
OK, well, Ronnie himself...
Dressing room gate, that's what we should call it.
I love it. I love it. I'm seeing the headlines now. Yeah. But it was a slow start for Ronnie in the first round, and he had to produce a really fantastic comeback. He was asked questions by Stephen Maguire he'd never been asked in the first round by anyone before.
Yeah, and every session's different at the World Championship. That first round is a potential banana skin for all the players. You'd expect the players to settle down in the second round. But Ali Carter's been all the way in this tournament. He knows he's experienced enough. And as Ken says, perhaps he knows that he works better if he's a bit fired up. So perhaps it's helping him. Usually, anybody that draws attention to themselves at the World Championship off the table doesn't do so well because of it. That's the generally accepted way it's gone. But that's not to say for the individual, and certainly Ali Carter might like a bit of aggro. OK, well, out there, it certainly let his playing do the talking, and he was doing that particularly well, because if you were watching this on BBC Two, you'll have seen Carter, the former world number 2, remember, go 3 frames to 2 in front. Both men had made centuries to this point, so we'll rejoin them in frame 6. O'Sullivan is 17 points behind, and remember, this is best of 25 frames now, over 3 sessions. Alan McManus, John Virgo are on duty in the first of those.
Being disappointed with that, Ronnie. He prides himself on the fact that when he does play safe to the ball, Ken, he doesn't catch ball colours.
Half chance shot to nothing now. Probably getting the thin side cue ball behind green. Potential of being on brown should he knock it in. That's what he's played.
One.
That's as good as he could have hoped for. And he deserved it, because this was a stunning pot. He's definitely the boss right now.
Now, can he cue past the black? I think he just about can.
5.
So it's a decent chance. Coming first in the last frame and made a marvellous break of 115.
6.
Well, it just shows you.
Ali Carter 6.
Once again, missing a comparatively easy shot. One eye on the cannon, took his eye off the pot now. This is a gift of an opportunity for Ronnie. Comes to the table only 23 points behind, and well, it's nearly 25 minutes since he last had a chance to pot a ball, or potted a ball, shall we say. I think chance is the word, actually. I don't think he's had much of an opportunity.
Yeah, I kind of half suggested, didn't I, that mid-session interval, Ali Carter would have been looking to get into frames early, get in first.
8.
He didn't do that often enough in the first 4 frames. Well, he's been in first with that sparkling break to go 3-2 up. He's in first again there, but
9.
that blue was a sitter at this level.
Quietly, please.
It's the little silly mistakes that are the most important ones, it feels like.
Yeah, and it's the type of thing,
15.
You know as well as I do, Alan, if you set that blue up and said, right, here's £1,000 pot it,
16.
there's no way in the world he would ever miss it. But he's just thinking about the cannon and how he wants to develop the reds, and he's developed the reds, but for his opponent. Ronnie now just 1 point behind.
22.
Quick glance at the scoreboard.
$23.
And now these remaining reds. If he gets them, he wins the frame and really punishes that mistake from Ali Carter. Still looking for another 36 points at this visit. Here's 6 of them coming up. With a glance at the scoreboard, he's working out if he can get
29.
past the winning line without having to play the red along the top cushion.
30.
So let's have a look. 14 points the lead, 3 reds, 3 blacks.
37.
Which is 24, would put him 38 points in front with 35 remaining.
38.
So he can do it without the red along the top cushion. Creating an angle there from nowhere, and that little rub on the red doesn't do any harm.
45.
He could afford a pink as well, off one of these 2 reds.
46.
Always thinking.
Yes, up there for thinking, down there for dancing. He's dancing round the table. Now Ronnie O'Sullivan after that mistake by Ali Carter, and it's going to cost him the frame,
53.
it looks likely.
54.
This black put him 38 points in front with just 35 remaining.
And you just know that he's in one of those
61.
unforgiving moods after that opening round victory over Stephen Maguire. I remember during that
62.
match it was 7-all. Stephen was 38 in front with 5 reds left, and I thought he pushed the boat out. He played one shot that I thought was questionable, and that was all she wrote. Ronnie just took the match away from him from there. So the
69.
smallest mistakes against O'Sullivan are magnified.
71.
Yeah, Ali sat there, can't look at the table at the moment. Maybe annoyed at missing that blue, particularly as he'd made
74.
115 in the previous frame and looked to be queuing well, and you felt, well, that chance could be a frame winner. But missing the blue
78.
and opening the reds. he's made no mistake and never looked in any doubt that he was going to win the frame from here.
83.
Unfortunately, he's not a century on, but we're certainly seeing quality snooker from both players.
89.
Once again, miss when you're in, and it's going to cost you. And it certainly cost Ali Carter there. And Ronnie O'Sullivan now levels the match. It's 3 frames all.
Good so far, isn't it? Best of 25 frames now, as I say, in round 2, and they're split into 3 sessions of 8, 8 and 9 frames. So 2 more to play this morning, and into the 7th we go. O'Sullivan is 20 points adrift here.
Couldn't get in behind the blue, but just made certainly cover that red in the baulk end of the table, and he's played it well. Bit of pressure here now on Ali. You see him give a little tap on the table. That was a clever shot.
Yeah, now what does he play? It all depends, that red that's near the left middle. Obviously it's close to it, but it's far from easy. I don't know whether Ali thinks he can afford to leave Ronnie that.
Well, we had a good look at Ali's view. Nothing really inviting to play, but sometimes in these situations a player decides to try and pot his way out of trouble. Maybe trying to do that here. Got the double kiss. And I think he may have left a chance here for Ronnie. One to the left corner. Yeah, may have a choice. Maybe both of them go. 20 points behind as he comes to the table. It's a little bit awkward. I mean, obviously you've got the blue over the corner. Just deciding which is the best way to go. You know, if the red he's playing, he could play a little cannon on the red left to the pink, but he may decide that's too risky. Well, in the end he did, but just didn't catch that red full enough. And the blue's easy enough pot, but getting the cue ball nicely on the next red is not as easy as it looks.
Good call, JV. It wasn't easy. It never is it, when the ball's over, or virtually over, one of the pockets?
6.
Well, it looks like he's found a path in playing the pot on this red. He needed to pot the red though. So a few mistakes creeping in.
Ronnie O'Sullivan, 6.
And, that whack you heard was Ronnie tapping the table. He's just getting a little bit frustrated. He'd seen that there was a gap, and probably if he'd have potted the red, he may have found the gap. But he made a mess of it. So here's a chance for Ali. Just the wrong side of the blue, but no real problem with that red being in the baulk end. He's got his 20-point lead back again.
6.
He'll be over the moon with that shot. Ali Carter to finish there in the blue. It almost sets up the frame winning chance.
Yeah, I had a glance before. I think the red that's just below the black is possible. And if you could get on that, he's just looking now, if you could get on that in a nice position, there you see it definitely passes the black. Just got to avoid the kiss on the pink if he's playing for it. Controlled it nicely. And this now could be the key shot. Well, he's looking at the other red.
12.
Mainly because this is unmissable. And I'm a little bit surprised
30.
there, if he was playing that red, why he didn't try and nudge the red that's near the middle pocket, just to maybe develop it. I don't think it's potable where it is at the moment. But he's got a nice angle on the blue, so he can play for that red near the black again.
Yeah, I think he's sticking at the one by the pink this time, because if he gets anywhere straight or just off straight on it, this could be the key to the frame. 32 in front. At least 3 reds
18.
well within his range here, Ali Carter. 38 in front, let's say another 20 with the next 3 reds. It'd be 58, that would be just about enough to go back into
19.
the lead. Oh, God, crikey, he got a hold of that. God, blimey O'Reilly, did he get a hold of that one?
Just having a look to see that red adjacent to the left middle pocket if it's available. Looks like it from there. If you're right behind, you could just drop it in and let gravity take over. But first things first, this red needs due care and attention. It needed due care and attention.
Ali Carter, 25.
And funnily enough, that's why he refused it before and played another red up for the blue.
Again, you can always trace things back, can't you? There was a couple of shots before that deep screw red landing too close to the cushion off the pink. Anyway, gone now. Tough chance O'Sullivan. Can he get a starter? No, no, he can't. And this is now a bona fide chance for Ali Carter.
Yes. Nowhere near.
1.
And if Ali, of course, wins this frame with only one more to play in this first session of 3, he cannot be behind going into the second session this evening. Something to look forward to this evening. Another 8 frames in the second session, and this match will
7.
finish tomorrow afternoon.
8.
Got his little dander up again, hasn't he? Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed here.
Yeah, this isn't a frame that Ronnie will look back on with any relish. He's played poor safeties.
15.
Had a couple of chances of medium range pots you'd normally expect him to knock in.
There's actually been some talk recently as Ali Carter pots frame ball on the tour that players are frightened of us. So I don't buy into all that. The reason I don't buy into that, I know the practice that these guys put in. Ali Carter would be preparing for hour upon hour for this match. He's not doing that to lose.
Absolutely.
He fancies to win. He fancies winning.
Yeah, and we know the nature of the game of snooker. It doesn't matter who they are, how good they are. If they sat in the seat, there's nothing they can do about it.
And the fact is, people say, oh, people are frightened of
23.
O'Sullivan, all this. No, I don't believe that. It's just the fact that Ronnie's an unbelievably good player. That's why he wins.
So there you see, this frame
29.
well beyond Ronnie O'Sullivan's reach now. Doesn't matter about the red. Ronnie will
Carter,
concede.
29 on the
As he
frame.
does, he nods. So Ali Carter goes into the lead once more. One more frame to play. He can't be behind. Will it be level or have a 2-frame advantage?
The final frame of this session, Ali Carter to break.
No one in the game can tell me, after watching these first 7 frames this morning, that Ali Carter doesn't fancy winning this match. He's definitely taken the game to Sullivan. And it's good to see.
Another pot that was quite a way out, and Ronnie just having a look at his cue, just questioning his technique slightly. He's been a little bit disappointed with his play, although he made a 96 break, but in frame 6. But that was mainly due to the fact that Ali Carter missed an easy blue and opened the reds for him.
1.
Can't rely on your opponent gifting your opportunities.
Yes, and Ronnie has, hasn't he? He's presented 2 or 3 gifts this last 10 or 15 minutes out there. All gifts gratefully received, thank you very much.
There you see the pot success, last 3 frames. And when they came out after the mid-session interval, we had a look at the pot success, and Ronnie was ahead. He's now 5% behind. Disappointing miss from Ali.
Ali Carter 6.
And of course, that's what you always get, and it's the worst thing in the world for a player. You miss a shot, and as you're going back to your seat, everybody's shouting for your opponent to come on.
Yeah.
To rub salt in the wound.
One.
That was sweet. Again. It's very difficult to describe how well he hit that. It wasn't a stun, it wasn't a top. It was somewhere in between, and the cue ball control was exquisite. He slips back into gear, O'Sullivan, incredibly well, and that's down to the temperament and the attitude that he's displayed in the last 5 or 6 years. Oh, striping again. Didn't touch the sides.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, because he left himself too straight on the black, he's left with this very difficult shot. And we've seen so many missed.
16.
Went into him here. Just caught the wrong red, really. Could have done with missing the first red he hit.
17.
Okay, but he's lost the cue ball. Now he's going to have to cue this really well to run round off 2 cushions. Tough pot at the best of time. Tough pot at the best of time. It's all brought about by being too close to the side cushion.
He actually struck it quite well. Will he pay the price here, O'Sullivan? I thought he went into the pack a little early. Who am I to tell Ronnie how to break build? But he had a few reds that he could work off, and he wasn't guaranteed nice on a red.
1.
Both lads been jockeying for position in this session all morning long. Ali Carter, one good positional shot away from getting himself in a position to perhaps administer the coup de grace in this session and get a 5-3 advantage. Remember, as JV said, they come back tonight, finish tomorrow afternoon. So it's a bit of a quick fire second round match. Yeah, no wonder he's taking his time here. He knows that one good positional shot is the key thing. Remember, the pink's going to go on its own spot here, so that's why he's taking his time. It's going to block a couple of reds.
Well, that seems to have worked out quite nicely. Got a red to the left corner.
7.
Black available into the opposite.
Eight. $15.
Now does he screw back for the blue? Or stun through? Well, screw back for the blue.
16.
Not the cleanest of pots, but it went in, although he looks to be a little bit straighter on the blue than ideal. Just the right side of the blue line, so he can make a slight angle and get close to his next intended red.
$21. $22.
Well, credit to him for the way he played that shot, trying to just promote a couple of other reds. But is he going to have to play some sort of little cannon here to retain position? No, he's played that lovely. He's played that lovely. Okay, he's awkward bridging.
29.
News is he doesn't have an awful lot to do with the cue ball.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier when you're hampered, as he is, but he just rolls it in. And he'll be nicely on the black.
$30.
Now got a 19-point lead. It's not as straightforward, this. The reds are in the open, but they all seem to be covering one another, so a nice cannon on the pink would be handy here. Oh, but don't miss the black.
It's the second time in this match he's played
He
the
counts
exact
at
same
30.
shot with just the 4 tips of his fingers on the bed on a high black. There it is again. The exact same shot, and he missed it he missed it the other way this time. He hit the bottom cushion last time. Did that make him change his mind and just aimed for far jaw?
He could have left something easier. Will Ronnie play the double? It's risky. He's playing the double. That was a risky shot to play. Once Ali had missed the black, he could have left Ronnie an easy starter. He didn't. Should Ronnie have played the double? His choice, but it could well have cost him this frame. Ali Carter can pot this red to the right middle.
Quietly, please.
So close with the double, but as we always say, you don't like playing them because if they don't go in, you don't know where the red's going to finish.
No, he played that positively, didn't he? Playing it, stunning it in. He didn't want to just sort of waft at it and try and drop it in. That was positive. They'll get plenty of work to do. One good positional shot away here from being in decent control. Oh, Oh, sweet. That was good as well. That was good.
So 24 points the lead.
5.
Still needs precise positional play to get the 3 reds he probably needs to clinch the frame.
6.
And that's not quite it. He's got to judge the pace of this shot now.
Yeah, I think the only red that goes to left corner is the one nearest the black spot, so he has to be either straight or low on it. That's why he tried to stun into them. It's actually not a bad percentage shot. He always had the other, but is he hampered with the blue? He is.
13.
He's not absolutely over the middle of the blue, probably over the side of it, but this is awkward, JV.
Yeah, if he can get through to the middle of the cue ball, you'd fancy him knocking this red in. If he can't, he's got a problem. In fact, it looks as though he may be looking at the possibility of a plant here. No, he can't get to the middle, and there you go. It can be made, but there's distance between the 2 balls, so it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, no guarantee, but I think this is good. I think this is 9 out of 10. I fancy him for this.
14.
Lucky to have it.
Yeah, sure.
And asking for the extended rest. He's going to play the pink. He's not perfect on the pink by any means. This pink will put him 39 points in front. So after the pink, looking for one more red and a colour. But once again, needs a good positional shot. Just about on the red. And it looks like Ronnie O'Sullivan, who's made a few errors since the mid-session interval. He's going to end this first section of 3, 2 frames behind. Just a red and a colour needed. And there's the red.
21.
And nicely on the pink.
Yeah, some of those errors from Ronnie have been self-inflicted. But I think in part, it's the messages that he's been receiving loud and clear from his opponent, Ali Carter. I say, coming out this
27.
morning, I had a feeling he was going to take the match to O'Sullivan, and he has. He's earned himself this 5-3 lead. It's going to be a long afternoon for O'Sullivan. He's got plenty to think about. Savvy said they come back this evening for session
34.
2.
Yeah, just over 2 hours of play. It's
35.
been interesting. Well, I know we like to see lots of century breaks. We've seen 2 of them, but those misses and a little bit of run the ball here and there all adds to the excitement. They've certainly kept this Crucible crowd entertained this morning.
41.
Yeah, let's have a look at the handshake as well. Let's have a look at this little handshake here. Just
43.
watch the eyes. You always get a little feeling of...
46.
Hinted earlier that Ali Carter was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He has really
50.
got his dander up. Great performance.
55.
Well, it doesn't matter about the pink. He's trying to play a little exhibition shot. Well, it does matter now. What a beautiful shot this is. Lovely. Then look round the angles, nicely on the black. Nice way to finish the session.
In the frame, Ali Carter.
And there you go, Ronnie nods. Nice handshake, really. And Ali Carter will be well pleased. First part of the job done. He wins the first session against Ronnie O'Sullivan by 5 frames to 3.
And in fact, that's the first session that Ali Carter has ever won against Ronnie O'Sullivan at the Crucible. Fighting talk beforehand, and he's backed it up with a fighting performance so far, Steve.
Yeah, and obviously it wasn't absolutely exemplary. He missed balls, and there's tension at the end of a session. Yeah, that's a good win in that session for him. And regardless of what Alan McManus says and what Ali Carter has said beforehand, there is something special about playing Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's not the fact that he's playing him, because he'd have practiced with him at some stage in the past. It's the fact that the occasion is bigger. And some players don't like the big occasion. They'd rather get through in the qualifying section under the radar a bit. That's where people, not so much scared of Ronnie, but the event is a bigger occasion.
Yeah, actually, where do you stand, Ken, on the fear factor and Alan's comments about players not being frightened?
I think some players are frightened of him, there's no doubt about that. And I think a lot of players would rather if he went out early in the draw, you know, because he's one of the best that we've ever seen that's ever played the game. However, I firmly believe that a lot of players are not afraid of him, and they love playing him because of the occasion. Now, some may feel like go out there and it might be like rabbits in headlights, but some actually raise their game against them, and some like playing him because of the occasion. But when you're as good as Ronnie O'Sullivan, you do have that fear factor, and you have the crowd behind you, and that's a major, major plus all the time.
Yeah.
OK, well, carry on.
I was just going to say, and of course, because it's a crowded season with tournaments, the players are having more practice playing against him slowly. So therefore, that fear factor eventually does evaporate.
Well, you know, Carter's beaten Graham Dalton in the last round. That was the very first time he'd managed to beat him, so he got over that so-called hoodoo in the first round. And, you know, when you consider this love-hate relationship that Ronnie has with the Crucible, how evident for you is that, the sort of, I don't know, the dubiety that he feels about coming here and having to perform under pressure here?
I think every snooker player has a love-hate relationship with the Crucible and the World Championship. It's the most important tournament of the season, and therefore it takes the most out of you. It's the most frightening mountain all the players climb. Therefore, it is natural that you don't like it in one respect, even though you love it in another. So therefore, you have to put up with that. It's a small price to pay. It's a lovely job, but you've just got, it's a visit to the dentist. You don't want to be in that dentist waiting room.
And a lot of things happen at the Crucible that you don't see happen at other tournaments. You know, you see a lot of players lose the bottle, you know. You see them miss very straightforward shots. We've already seen that this week, that you wouldn't see in other tournaments because of the fact that you're in the Crucible Theatre, you're in something that you grew up watching, that you want to win that championship so much. And also you have the crowd are so close to you, which is a very, very frightening thing as well, you know. So you either love it or you hate it. Sometimes you love it when you're out there and just winning, but when you're losing, you're sitting in that chair. First place you want to be is out home on the road.
Well, they are going to come back for the second session this evening, guys, but I just wonder, if you were in Ronnie's camp, given Ali's comments beforehand, will Ronnie then be aware of them for the second session, and would you and his camp show them to him?
He may not be aware. He wouldn't have been watching this TV programme.
No.
He may not have been looking at interviews. If I was in his camp, I would be keeping him as far away as possible from any type of media whatsoever. He's here to play snooker, nothing else. And I think Judd Trump had mentioned that he wanted to keep clear of social media, didn't want the distractions. You don't want random people saying things, and even like commentators, you don't want to hear what commentators think about you. Best to just play their sessions, get away from it, come back.
I think this situation presents itself differently. Because he hasn't played well, O'Sullivan, he looks a little bit at sea. He looks a little bit nervous out there. I might go the other way and say, listen, this is what Ali Carter said. Now, are you up for this fight or not? Let's get something going, because you look very flat. You know, he hasn't played well, O'Sullivan, and he looks very vulnerable. This is what he said. Now, let's see what you've got. You know, get him going.
Street fighter, Doherty speaks.
I am Irish, after all.
And speaking of Irish, you've actually had a tweet in from a gentleman whose son is very much a Ronnie O'Sullivan fan. There he is, watching. Now, Ken tells me this is pronounced PJ O'Lunchig. Am I right, Ken?
O'Lunchig, yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And look at that. That's That's legacy in action. You never know. We might see this young fella here in a few years' time. So thank you very much, PJ, for all of that. And in fact, where it comes to social media, you can, of course, get in touch with us. It's hashtag BBC Snooker. And I know that a lot of you have been getting in touch with us with regard to the invitation that Sean Murphy extended to you a few days ago. Now, Sean may have left the building this year in terms of the championship, but his spirit lives on in the Murphy Masterclass.
Becky Jones says that her son loves snooker. They go down to the World Championships every year, coming into Q Zone, really feeling a part of the event. He's only 8, and she wants to know, how could he have a career in snooker? So Becky has used a really important word, career. That's different from having an interest in snooker, having a hobby, enjoying playing. Once you start using words like career, that brings in things like practice routines, sacrifices, coaches, snooker books, putting the computer games down and going and playing snooker. And really, you know, there are no shortcuts. I think all the players that are currently on tour, they've all walked the same path. They've all turned down other things and spent hours and hours learning how to play this great game. But what a great time for Becky's son to have an interest in snooker and want to have a career in our game. We've got the new Challenge Tour coming. We've got Q School already. There's been a new World Amateur governing body, the World Snooker Federation, formed. And snooker now is really developing professionally at all levels, from juniors to amateurs through to what you see here. And it's a great opportunity for children and kids all over the place, including Becky's son, to really grasp an opportunity in Q Sports. I suppose it's just up for the rest of us that he can come in a few years' time and we're all out of the way, gone and dusted.
Thank you, Sean. I'm not sure whether he will be watching that or whether he's in fact thrown his television out of the living room window by this point and is avoiding all contact with the World Championship. We wish you well, Sean. Thank you very much for doing those for us. Now, there may be some of you who are just a touch jaded after staying up last night for the absolutely pulsating conclusion to the match between world number 4 Judd Trump and Chris Wakeland, the Nuneaton new boy who played like anything but the new boy. What a match this was, and what a conclusion.
Is he going to get away with this, or is the black going to bounce? Not easy. Well done, Chris Wakeland. No wonder he's puffing his cheeks out. That was a huge frame.
I was throwing frames away. I still had a lead. I was still 8-5 in front, but I think you just know the balls are going to come back and punish you. I was missing too many balls.
Oh, Judd, dear me, missed that by a mile. He's been hitting the ball. I must admit, I fancy him for it.
Chris Wakeland is all square. 8 frames each. Who would have thought?
I didn't really notice the curtain going up. I mean, obviously, it sounds stupid, but you know, when you're in your own little bubble out there, you don't really notice anything at all. I felt confident that he was going to be a bit under pressure. Ended up winning the next one, made schoolboy error to go 9-all.
It's not there. It's not there. What a tough black this is, Alan.
Oh, by jings it is.
When he did miss the black, I sort of let it all sink in, like, you are still in it. Settle yourself down and play good shots.
Can you believe it? We've got a decider here at the Crucible. 9 frames all. Oh, even for a player with his experience, this is tough.
It's one of them, you know, typical decider frames. Everyone's twitching.
Goodness me.
I said before, this crucible is an assault course of the senses.
Then I've got in with a good chance and just missed about 10 times. Perfect, easiest balls ever. I think everyone would have been screaming, saying, how was he missing that? I could do that.
This for the match. It's not there.
And he's pulling the trigger. This is full bore going for the double. Chance of getting on the brown. Oh, the black's in, is it? Foul. Disaster.
Having chances to get over the line is all you can really ask for in a decider, and just to come up short, it's disappointing.
He feels that was his last shot in this year's Betfred World Championship. And it is.
It won't be the last time I'm in, so I'll be more determined next year to make sure I'm back here and to try and win my first Crucible match. It's a bit traumatic, wasn't it, for a first round? I think maybe in the final you'd accept that, but just to get through the first round is a bit of a horrible experience, I think.
So Judd survives an absolutely mammoth scare. He was 7-3, 8-4 up and then went to a decider. How does Judd reflect on what, in effect, was a fall over the line?
Well, we've all been there, first round of the Crucible. The panic that can ensue in that first match is awful. I don't think there's any other match in the whole of the season like it. But it's not great to fall over the line. There's more players around that are getting over there confidently, so I wouldn't think that he's particularly buoyed up by that at all.
Now, Ken, Chris Wakeland had a very big fish firmly on the hook.
Oh,
and did he let him go?
Yeah, completely. And I think it was just a little bit of inexperience, not being there before, just caught him out. And, of course, the pressure as well. But he played so well, Chris Wakeland. He never gave up. He fought for every ball, and he was just came up a little bit short. And it would have been a fantastic story. But he should hold his head up high, without a shadow of a doubt. This is a great experience. Even though he lost, it was a great experience for him, and that'll give him the appetite to really try harder and come back.
It has actually, Ken, because he tweeted last night, gutted isn't the word, gave it my all, came up just short. If anything, it's made me more determined to get back there next year. The hard work starts now. So, Chris, well, I hope you do come back, because it was an absolute... It was brilliant to see him play there. But from Trump's point of view, 2 blues to the middle pocket, he missed a red in that final frame as well. How worrying that his head looked really quite scrambled in that last frame. Let's be honest, it would scramble anybody's head in that last frame.
Yeah, look, here's the situation for me. I'd love Judd Trump to win the World Championship. He's a wonderful player. Currently, there's massive question marks for me whether he's got it. In the match play department, sometimes his head goes. He threw away the Masters this year. Absolutely threw the match away. And he's capable of missing under pressure. His technique goes a bit, and you can see he's not fully in control. I'd love that to be proven wrong. I really, really would. At the moment, I still think his head isn't correctly screwed on at the right moments like a John Higgins is. Please prove me wrong.
OK, there's 2 ways of looking at it then, Ken. He either survives this and plays like a bird released, or it proves that he's not equipped for the long haul at the Crucible, which is...
I think I totally agree with Steve. At certain points he's thrown away matches where he's had, like, leads. I mean, he threw away a lead against Rory McLeod in the World Championship first round last year when he was 4-0 up. He thought he was home and dried, and he came up short as well. Whether he has the match play instincts, or whether he can develop the match play instincts like Ronnie O'Sullivan, like John Higgins, and like some of the other great players that have won this championship, that remains to be seen. But he's getting on. You'd think he would have learned an awful lot by now. He's a fantastic player. We all love watching him play. We'd love to see him win the World Championship, and I'm one of his biggest fans. But he has to get the second part of his game right. He has to have his head right. He has to envelop those sort of match play instincts and know when the situation occurs. And at the moment, he's not in the same league as the likes of Higgins, Selby, O'Sullivan, even Robertson or Ding, or you could go down the list. He is a winner. I'll give him that. And he should have won this. He should have won this World Championship against John Higgins a few years ago. But as you get older, and if you don't get your hands on that World Championship, the pressure builds.
OK, well, the pressure is momentarily released, and we'll
Yes.
be back on him again on Sunday because he's up against Ricky Walden then. So that was one of the most pulsating moments of the championship so far. The first of them, I'm sure you would agree, was on Saturday, the opening day, when Joe Perry sent the defending champion Mark Selby packing, and the former Players' Champion did so in an oh-so-cool and composed fashion. He won 10-4. He never flinched. And thanks to a 109 in 6 other half-centuries, the gentleman showed real class throughout and indeed at the conclusion. Now, Perry has reached a Crucible semi-final before, as has his second-round opponent, Antrim lefty Mark Allen. He got there in 2009 on only his third visit to the Crucible. Now, he's made a couple of quarterfinals thereafter, but had only won 4 matches in the last 6 years before turning up this time. And in fact, it was touch and go to qualify for Allen this time. But now he's here. The big difference for the Northern Irishman is that he returns as a major champion after his Masters win in January. Well, yesterday afternoon, they got underway in an absorbing first session. Allen threw in a 50, 60, 70 and 2 90s to take a 5-3 lead. And they were back for their second session this morning. It became 6-all and then 7-6 to Allen. So here we are in the 14th frame. It's the Antrim man 7 points up.
Good effort. Made sure he got a good cue ball. That's a very good reply. Now, if Joe Perry takes the red into the right corner pocket, this is going to require excellent cueing, made all the more difficult by the fact that he's going to have to play it with pace.
Yep, I think he's made his mind up, he's going. Pressure on this. What a shot. Great pot, Joe.
1.
That was a cracker. Well, this is a lot thinner than it looks on your screen. Well played. That's 2 excellent shots there. Very good indeed.
Five.
It's just been an awkward frame, this. Black out of commission. Blue and pink in a funny spot.
6.
They're more or less covering each other. Joe would love to have been on the blue there. Well, you can tell how awkward it's been. 19 points to 18. Tough frame. Yeah, they're just
6.
running awkward and scrappy. We're due one of them. The game's been brilliant from start to finish. Just the balls, Peter, and sometimes they go awkward.
Yep. And although the brown is over the green pocket, I wouldn't be surprised if Mark Allen played safe here. Well, he's taken the cut on. That was very thin. What a shot that was. Oh, wow. Now that's a bonus. He deserved it. It was a fantastic pot. Very cleverly played the thin cut as a shot to nothing. But it very much is now looking like it's a shot to something. This is a chance.
Mind you, good luck with the brown. With the rest. Yeah, there was a excellent pot off the side cushion, that. And to go round the brown is great, but he's going to have to get some power into this. Can you generate it with the extension on the cue, long rest?
I would have been tempted to have the cue ball cleaned here, John, just to help with the spin.
Well, there's my answer. What a shot that was. That was beautiful. Once again, excellent timing. Right through the ball. Now, someone finally managed to get onto that pink. And he has. Those 2 reds are available. Just needs a bit more on the cue ball. A little higher.
12. $13.
Okay, Peter, how's he going to go about this? Because he's going to need that red, isn't he?
Well, there's a couple of ways he could play it. He's got the chance to move it now, but I actually might have been tempted to leave myself high on the red and play the shot with the rest and perhaps push the red towards the left
90.
middle and stay on the pink, but he'll be leaving himself an angle here on the pink to dislodge the last red.
20.
Yeah, it's not absolutely a given that he'll be on this, even if he hits it. You get the double kiss. It's always likely to happen, that.
26.
Now, it's 27 ahead, 30 feet. You've got to have. I would be very tempted to take the red in the yellow pocket here and screw back to the top cushion. It's game ball if you knock it in.
And the only danger playing it at that pace is that if he does rattle it, it could well end up very close to the green pocket. So there is danger in this. It was a good effort.
Mark Allen,
He
26.
made sure he got a good cue ball.
Yeah, as I say, that would have been the shot that had been taken. Don't blame him in the slightest for that. It was game ball. Just got to hope now Joe doesn't play a really good safety. And he hasn't, so turned out all right. This is a nice shot. Very well played. Used all the colours in the middle of the table there to line up. Excellent shot.
Made all the more difficult by the close proximity of the cue ball to the baulk cushion. So, digging down, touch a right hand side, 2 cushions.
Foul. And a miss. Mark Allen, 6.
So, an excellent shot from Mark Allen. Forced the error. And the last 2 frames have certainly been hard fought, but it's Mark Allen who's going to take both of them and go back to that 2-frame lead he had starting the session. Yep, longest frame in the match. Very unusual to go half an hour with these two. It's been very good, but the last couple of frames have been slightly different. Mark Allen won't be bothered. He's won them both.
4. Six. Mark Allen, 6. And the frame.
So Mark Allen goes back to his chair. Bit of a scrappy frame over half an hour, but he won't mind. He's back 2 in front again, and he leads Joe Perry by 8 frames to 6.
So again, Allen has eked his way into a two-frame advantage for the 5th time actually in this match, but back has come Joe again with a knock of 59 to take frame 15. And into the last of the session, Allen at the table 30 points behind.
One.
The pink does go into the left centre, but it will require a fantastic positional shot to get on that. So going to be very, very difficult for him to score here.
Yeah, another one of those bizarre things. Why do all left-handers use the rest right-handed? I never quite worked that one out.
4.
It's for balance, John, between yin and yang.
5.
Well, now he's potted that red that's over the corner. At least he's opened the black into one pocket. But can he get from brown to a loose red? If the red behind the black pots, that is just perfect. Well, that was a very clever shot because he had an area there to play into where he had 3 or 4 reds that he could land on. Still had to hit the brown perfectly, which he did. And that was a very well executed shot from Mark Allen.
Oh dear me. Well, that is quite incredible. Played an absolutely brilliant positional shot to get on the red below the black. Just needed to hit that harder, but you couldn't foresee that. He's been very, very unfortunate there. I'll be bitterly disappointed.
Mark Allen, 17.
I'll tell you what though, that is one heck of a good safety shot he's played, considering where he was. He couldn't have played that much better. Now, can Joe play a better one than he did on the last visit to the table? He certainly can, because he played the shot to nothing.
1.
I was just about to say, John, he can take this on and perhaps the cue ball could end up finishing behind the yellow. He wasn't too far from that. It could be behind the yellow after this shot. Well, that's a poor shot.
Yeah, I'm actually not surprised by that, especially when you've seen your opponent decel earlier in the other frame. If you play that shot and you don't reach the yellow, you would absolutely kick yourself. So sometimes the players slightly overhit it. I'm just wondering how much you can see of this. He can pot it, actually. He went for it. And he'd be mightily relieved to see where he's finished, because he could quite easily have stuck that red.
Quite a clever way to play that though, because the pace that he played it was the only red that he could possibly leave. Neither of the two reds above and to the right of the pink spot go into the green pocket. The red into the right centre is far too difficult at an acute angle. So played that cleverly, Mark Allen, was still fortunate not to leave the red that he missed.
The problem Joe's got here is he doesn't want to just clip off the red. The two reds that are up near the pink, the left-hand one, he doesn't really want to clip off that because he may be leaving a shot to nothing. He can't bury the cue ball in behind anything. So the reason he's down the other end of the table looking at this, he could play round the angles and get the cue ball down towards the green area that would give him more cover. But it's a much more difficult shot, the red that's near the cue ball.
And he could possibly be bringing both of those reds into play as well. So all of these things are going through his mind at the moment.
And we'll soon see, because he is going to play it.
Needs to be a thin one.
Also a little bit more difficult to judge in respect, as I say, with the extra weight on the cue, with the extensions and the long rest. He's not happy with it, so back to plan A.
I actually think, John, because of where the two reds are situated to the right of the pink spot, he actually can't get the cue along the line to the angle that he wants to hit the red, and that's the reason why he's not playing the shot that John suggested.
Yeah, as long as you don't go in off, Joe. As long as you don't go in off, Joe.
Foul. Mark Allen 4.
He was just trying to get the cue ball down near the jaws. Didn't actually think he was going to get there. He just kept rolling. You can tell there's tension out there. Not easy by a long stretch, that one. But the players both know the significance of this frame concerning the scoreboard. 9, 7 or 8 each. And that is fabulous cueing. He played a shot before off the side cushion, Joe Perry. But that's better than that one. Excellent. And flicked the red out.
Well, that was an amazing pot, John. It almost didn't look on because of the pace that he had to play that, and at such an acute angle. What a fantastic shot that was. Here we see it again. Wow. And he's cannon the red off the cushion, as you quite rightly say. But to pot that at that pace was incredible.
6.
Just about managed to hold on to the cue ball there. Got a little bit more run through than he wanted off that stun shot. Very impressed with Joe, though, the last couple of frames. To go 7-6 and 8-6 down in two, well, scrappy and longer
30.
frames than we've been used to in this match. As I say, since Mark Allen missed that blue and left it over the pocket, Joe Paddy's been very good indeed.
40.
Now, big shot coming up with the cannon. How'd you like to play this, Peter?
I think he needs to play this with pace. I think if he'd have played that with more pace, he could have pushed the left-hand red of the two towards the left-hand black pocket. He's still very unfortunate not to end up on the red, but I think more pace in that particular instance. But I just can't get over the red that he's knocked in the middle pocket there, because he knew he was cannoning into red that was on the side cushion. It was just such a fantastic pop.
Yeah, so this is a type of shot that warrants respect. It's a blind pocket. You can't see where you're going here. Yep, and they can be missed.
Joe Perry, 21.
Always very difficult to get the angle of those. And they're always thinner than you think. Yep. 9 times out of 10, they'll be thick.
Okay.
Well, highly unlikely that Mark Allen is going to clear up at this visit, but he'll certainly get himself right back in the frame.
Eight. Nine.
I wonder if he's got the angle to play the deep screw shot and flick the blue here.
If the red, I was going to say, had been over the hole, I think he'd have been playing that straight away, wouldn't he? The fact that this red is not in a gimme position stopped him playing that.
Look at the cue power there. He hardly touched that. The spin that he gets is incredible.
Well, now he's got a nice angle to flick the yellow out.
Oh, well played. Played it perfectly.
Yeah, cue ball's coming down the table, so good positional shot required. If he can get on the green here, Mark Allen. Well,
Mark Allen.
I didn't expect that. I was about to say, if he got on the green, the brown is a natural angle to pot and try and move the blue off, but he just caught the jaws. And of course, Joe Perry only needs green, yellow, green and brown to leave Mark Allen needing a snooker. Mark Allen's going to need that awkward blue. So you can bet Joe won't be moving it. That blue ball.
Well, that was a very, very clever safety shot there from Mark Allen. Nice flick on the black. He deserved it. Played an excellent shot. Now, this isn't too difficult to hit. It's just where is the yellow going to end up? That could have worked out perfectly for him. I think he's fluked a snooker. Can he get past the brown? Slight swerve, maybe.
Well, I don't think I've seen a session where someone's had to swerve the ball so much as Mark Allen today. He's had loads of these shots. But the good news is it's a natural angle back for the green. Ooh.
Two.
Well, because he had to get that thin, the jaws came into play.
May well just push the green onto the green right-hand side cushion. Try and get the snooker behind the brown. That's what he's played. He called it a bit thin.
Mark Allen, two.
Yeah, but of course now the scoreboard is only 9 points. So Joe Perry's going to need the blue now. That yellow was a massive ball in this frame.
Three.
What's your angle like, Joe? At first look, not the best, so he can pot this, leave an angle, virtually the cue ball where the blue is, and slip off the blue with a nice target behind pink and black. If he doesn't think he can get on the blue. There's the brown gone.
Seven.
Now, can he get the snooker?
I like your thinking here, John. Big target behind the pink and blue, and black rather. Wow, he's gone another way. Not so sure about that, John.
Seven.
Well, I can see his reasoning, because he was thinking that at least he was going to get the object ball safe, and where it's finished is horrible, so it was a good shot. But he could have played it either way. But that one was the safer. Just pulled up. What a tense frame this is for this massive frame at the end of the session. This is a superb shot from Joe Perry. That is excellent. Very well played. Object ball safe. Snooker behind the black. Top draw.
Yes, he played with topspin there to kill the pace of the cue ball. Could not have played that any better. What a wonderful shot.
Mark Allen's got 2 cushions and got to hit the blue from behind here and hope he can find a cushion with it so it goes safe. And he hasn't. And Joe Perry's excellent shot has forced the opportunity. And this should be 8-all. It's there.
On the frame.
And it's a shake hands from Mark Allen. And what a fantastic session of snooker we've had this morning with these boys. Joe Perry came in 5-3 down, but he's won this session 5-3. And they'll go into this evening's session all level at 8-all. Cracking match.
It certainly is, John. Mark Allen's made all the running throughout these couple of sessions, but Joe will not go away.
No. Big last frame there for Joe Perry. Great session of snooker from both players. And before the match, you couldn't really pick a winner between the two. I mean, Joe Perry, you were always wondering how Joe Perry would perform after, you know, beating the world champion and world #1. Sometimes you can come down from a big high, but he's come out and that's a really good session of snooker to win that 5-3.
It sure is. And when you think that he was the one making the running against Mark Selby, he's found himself in the position of having to play catch-up all the time. But he's looked really, really within himself. Very composed, very cool so far, Joe.
Yeah, and he's got vast experience here at the Crucible. It does stand you in good stead. I think more than any other tournament, this event, you need to have experienced the Crucible heat and pressure to be able to withstand it. I think Mark Allen was a slight favourite coming to this match. Yeah, probably just because of the fact he'd done well in the Masters and all of a sudden raised his stock. But you know, Joe Perry, highly underrated really by the general public. The snooker player, we all know how great he is.
Well, funny enough, I was going to ask you about that because it was last year, 2017, that Joe himself, of course, made it to the Masters final. It was the first Triple Crown final he got to. And in terms of kicking on from there, it didn't happen. In fact, actually didn't play at the Masters this year, ironically. But how highly regarded by the players is Joe, would you say?
I think he's very highly regarded. You know, he's very good all-round game. As Steve said, he's very experienced, but he strikes the ball well. I mean, he scores very, very well. Never afraid of sort of playing the big player either. And we saw that the way he played against Mark Selby when nobody would have given him much of a chance. He's very underrated, but very efficient.
OK, well, he's been in the top 16 for a very long time. Has gone out of it. Came here as world number 22 and has started to move up again. He's number 20 in the latest rankings that were just released recently. OK, let's just remind you of the last 16 still standing in this year's Crucible. Mark Allen, Joe Perry returned tonight to sort it all out in their last session. 8-all, as you know. Triple Crown finalist Karen Wilson faces Welsh danger man Jamie Jones shortly. Jack Lazowski's beaten one world champ. He's got another in his sight. 4-time winner here, John Higgins. Judd Trump, Ricky Walden have featured in the one-table stage at the Crucible before. Carefree progress for Ding so far, in complete contrast to Anthony McGill. Former finalist Barry Hawkins has a real tussle with young Liu Hao-Tian. He's only 2 behind. Double world champ Mark Williams is up against the gold-topped Rob Milkins, and Ronnie O'Sullivan trails Ali Carter 5-3 for the first time actually, and they are back this evening. Now, yesterday you may have watched in the afternoon when Anthony McGill survived a real nerve shredder, a real nerve jangler, coming back from 3-7 and 4-8 to beat Ryan Day. The pressure was firmly on then, but it's nothing compared with what he's about to face in Pot Quiz.
Well, it's my favourite time of the day where we put the snooker players through their paces. We have to ask them a couple of questions, and if you can get the questions right, you get the points to remove the reds from the table, and then you get to clear up against the clock. Today, it's Anthony McGill, everybody. How's your snooker knowledge? Any good?
Oh, the best.
Not the best?
The best.
The best? Yeah. Oh, there we go then.
If I know them.
All right, here we go. Here we go. We'll start your questions now. Number one. Who did you play on your Crucible debut in 2015?
Steve Maguire.
Correctamundo. Round of applause. There's one. But who contested the final that year in 2015?
Stuart Bingham, Sean Murphy.
Correctamundo. He's good. He's very good. This is excellent. You won your first ranking title at the Indian Open in 2016 against Kyron Wilson. But who was the referee?
Marcel Weckert.
Is correct. Who won the World Snooker Championship the year you were born?
John Parrott.
That's very good, but it makes me feel old. And what is your highest Crucible break?
137.
All five. So, you weren't kidding, right? You can remove 5 reds from the table.
Okay.
Okay, any 5 that you like. And then when you get to strike the cue ball, then we'll put you on the clock, and I will keep you up to date as how it's going. The only bad news is, if we look on the board over here, Mark Allen has 1 minute and 4 seconds, which is an absolutely unbelievable time.
What's he pot all of them?
You potted all the reds and then the black. So you pot all the reds that are remaining, put the cue ball exactly where you like to start off with, and then you pot the final black. OK? We'll stand by with the clock. I'll keep you up to date as you're going. When you strike the cue ball, your time will start. Good luck. Very good. Excellent. Is it there? Middles are tight. Well done. 4 gone. 5. This is good. Great time so far. Just coming up to 20 seconds, Anthony. This is brilliant. This is really good. Excellent. Oh, cue ball slightly gone awry there. Oh, he's having trouble with his technical equipment. Keep going. Excellent. OK, just gone past 35 seconds. This is really good time. Yep. Unlucky. 40. Yep. Oh, needs a good red now. Unfortunately, he's doing this really well. We got 48. Oh, there's always one. 53 seconds. You had a chance there as well. That was really close. Not looking good now, unfortunately, to go top of it. Excellent pot. Quick, hurry up, have a go at the black, have a go. Keep going. Hang on a minute, that might stop a week on Thursday. Keep going, go on, you need to get the black in.
All right.
Yeah. 1 minute, 15 seconds is just gone. Tap on the black. This will still be a very good score, 120. Here we go. It's in there. Well done. Very good. Congratulations. A sneak over here. Anthony McGill. Very respectable score. 1 minute and 25 seconds.
That's it.
Are you happy with that?
Yeah, second on the rank list.
It was going on. It was the last red, wasn't it? The last red.
Yeah, I just made a mess of it.
Mess
No, I'm happy with that.
But I tell you what, fantastic knowledge of your sport. Well done.
Thank you.
And you have that look.
Not bad from the Glaswegian Gladiator. Well, he was going so well early on, wasn't he? OK, it is almost time for our live play now, and we're about to see the youngest man in this year's field, 20-year-old Liu Hao Qian. Now, it looks like he's been given time off the school to play at the Crucible. He does look so young, this fella. And in fact, he actually turned professional when he was only 15. He tried out on the tour. He was a very long way from home, didn't speak any English, and it was frankly all a little bit too much too soon. But he's back again, having just turned 20 years of age, and he is with a lot of the up-and-coming Chinese players now. They're living and working at Victoria's Academy here in Sheffield, and he's having a very good season. He's very quiet, he's very shy, he's very talented, and he's got a lot of grit, and he showed that last night in the opening session against Barry Hawkins.
Nice pot from Barry.
91 on the first.
He'll be happy with that. 1-0.
He's hit that too hard. Another nervy one.
Virtuoso performance by Barry Hawkins in the first 4 frames. Lu Hao-Tian better find an answer and quickly.
Well, that's better. Oh, well, what a shot that was. Another ton. He now leads Lu Hao-Tian by 5 frames to 1.
And it's a cracker. Everybody loves a double. Match on.
No, he's missed it. He's missed.
Well, what a fight back from this young man. What a session of snooker that was. If you didn't enjoy that, you don't like snooker. Lu Hao-Tian goes in, trailing by only 2. Remarkable.
Remarkable indeed, considering he was 4-0 and 5-1 down. And he certainly gave Barry Hawkins something to think about overnight, didn't he?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, at 4-0, I was really worried for him. He looked very, very nervous, totally out of his depth. But the interval came at a really good time. And I spoke to his manager, Victoria. I said, like, you know, he looks very nervous out there. She said, I told him just to go out and enjoy it, like, you know, just like you're practicing, you know, enjoy the experience. And he certainly did that. And he came out, showed a lot of grit and determination, as you said, and he's well back in this match. He's a lovely player and really some great pots there. Showed a lot of courage, and it's great to see.
It sure is. It was a really high-quality session, actually. And even from Barry's perspective, a lot better than his first match against Stuart Carrington. In fact, he was, what, 91, 71, 64, 129 inside an hour to be 4-0 up. That's more like the Hawkins we know, isn't it?
Yes, and you'd expect Barry Hawkins to win with a bit to spare, but of course it's never nice as the expected winner and the favourite to come up against somebody who's unknown, especially a younger player as well. So therefore that's more usually the case anyway. But it's you know, you're sort of waiting for something to happen, and if you're not careful, just playing your own game. So Barry Hawkins, as long as he keeps his mind on the job, I think he's probably going to be, you know, dominating every session, but we don't really know what Lu Hao-Tian's capable of at this level. So uncharted territory.
Well, he got to the semi-finals of the Northern Ireland Trophy last year, so so this guy can play. And there is Barry, and the boyish Lu are waiting backstage, as indeed is Kyron Wilson and Jamie Jones, who are itching to get their match underway in the second round. So there they are, everybody almost all present and correct, and it's about time that we say good afternoon to Mr. Rob Walker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The battle for the quarter-finals in this year's Betfred World Snooker Championship are well and truly underway. 3 of the 4 players waiting backstage have been there before, along with a debutant having the best week of his career so far. It's showtime once again here at the Crucible. Please welcome a player who once again produced one of the biggest wins of his career in the first round here, just as he did against the same opponent 6 years ago. From 8-5 down, he beat former world champion Shaun Murphy in a decider, twice a ranking event semi-finalist. He loves this stage. From Neath, here comes Jamie Jones. And his opponents, after a very impressive 10-3 win over 2-time World Championship runner-up Matthew Stevens, he's through to a 3rd successive second-round appearance here at the Crucible. Former Shanghai Masters winner, he's made 3 big finals this season, including that superb run to the final of the Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, we call him the Warrior, Kyron Wilson. on table 2, please welcome the youngest player in this year's championship. What a debut it's turning out to be. Knocking out Marco Fu in the first round. And from 4-0 down in this one, he's got himself right back in contention. Semi-finalist at this season's Northern Ireland Trophy from China, Liu Hao-Chan. And last but by no means least, a former finalist with one of the best records at the Crucible in recent years. He's made at least the semis in 4 of the last 5 years. Winner of 3 ranking titles in all, 2 centuries so far in this match and 3 other breaks over 60. Here comes the Hawk, Barry Hawkins.
And we'll be catching up with the Warrior, Kyron Wilson, and the Jones Kid, as he calls himself on social media. That's live on the red button, if that is your preference for now. But for now, we're going to dive into this middle session between Liu and a man 19 years his senior, Barry Hawkins. And those 2 young things, Stephen Hendry and John Parrott, are taking care of business for us. Afternoon.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 9.
Good afternoon, Hazel. So it's Liu Hao-Chan who gets the first frame in this session underway. Not a bad break off. It's certainly opened a few of the reds up, and well, I suppose we're young things as well there. It's Peter Ebden and myself doing this match, and Stephen Hendry, John Parrott are next door, just a few feet away.
Good afternoon, Dennis. Good afternoon, everyone. Another fascinating match here at this year's Betfred World Championship at the Crucible. One of the most experienced players on the tour against one of the youngest players with incredible promise. And that is a fantastic opening red. What a shot!
Well, that's worth another look. Terrific cueing there. And if he gets off to a good start here after being 5-1 down, well, he was 4-0, lost all 4 frames before the mid-session interval yesterday. If he could get the first one under his belt and be just 1 behind, it's going to be some tussle this, taking the more difficult brown to get better position. Well,
Liu Hao-Chan, 1.
After a cracking opening red, he's put Barry right in amongst them. That's a bit disappointing. He was a little bit like that at the start of the match. He didn't settle. Barry tried to get enough right-hand side to get the correct side of the blue. He hasn't quite managed it. Just got to be a little bit careful, just picking the spot. These 2 reds are on for the right corner, but there's one blocking the other. Maybe there's only one available. Yep, just the one red that will pot. It's blocking the path for the other. That's why he didn't screw back.
6.
Of course, that red next to the black to the right of it is preventing Barry from potting this red and getting onto that. if he's finished on the pink, that's an excellent positional shot.
7.
He had to be so precise there. See, when using the rest, he uses his right hand. And that just shows you how good a shot the previous one was. Not so much the pot, but to get on that pink was absolutely spot on. Pink has to go to the bronze
30.
spot. And there you
40.
see Barry had a magnificent 129 break. Is he on the black? Just. Might have to head up for the blue here, which shouldn't be a problem
21.
for him.
$22.
And Barry will be hoping to make a substantial contribution here, just to make the young Chinese player pay for his mistake on missing the brown. I think that's just about okay at both
27.
sides. Or certainly the one passes the other, as you can see.
28.
I love watching Barry Hawkins play, Peter. He's so comfortable around the table, compact stance style. Not a lot can go wrong with it.
Yeah, he times the ball beautifully. Seems to get a lot of travel on the cue ball.
35.
One of the reasons for that is that his cue is very heavy. But another reason is because he times the ball so well.
36.
Very rarely hits the ball hard, Barry Hawkins. Unless he has to, obviously. But I agree with you, Dennis. He's such a wonderful player to watch.
Well, that's gone wrong. That might be the end of break, unless he can pull out a cracking pot up into the corner. We'll show you the cannon here again. He wanted to hit that red fuller, and he would have left the other one to the left there. Yeah, he's just going to play. Well, it looked like he was going to play a safety shot. He's now looking at the possibility of potting it up into the left corner. He won't be leaving anything, only the red he's attempting. Oh, that's right in the center of the pocket. What a shot that is.
44.
He was pretty close to that red, so that needed some judgment. You mentioned there, Peter, the heavy cue. The normal cue weighs about 17
49.
ounces, so is Barry's 18, 19 ounces? Have you any idea?
I think it's north of 19. I think it could be around 20 ounces. I'd have to check that out, but I seem to remember from the past somebody mentioned that his cue is very heavy. It certainly plays as if it's heavy, the way he times the ball, and I say the travel he gets on the cue ball. But I must admit, I love watching Barry Hawkins play.
50.
He's just got such a great touch. And Barry's Crucible record over the last 4 years has just been wonderful. He's had a
55.
final, a couple of semi-finals. Very, very tough man to beat. He was a bit out of sorts in his first round match, but he got through it and he gave himself
56.
every chance. Now he's looking strong.
Yeah, once you get to the 3 sessions here at the Crucible, then you do relax.
63.
Most of the top players are a little
64.
bit vulnerable in the opening round when it's just to 10. And it is a key frame, this, because Liu Haoqian was in and decided
71.
to take the brown instead of the easy green, just for positional purposes. And that was his last shot when he missed that brown. He's sat in his seat ever since. Yeah, this was the brown that he missed.
77.
Green was easy, but the brown would have given better position. And at this standard, that's all it takes is one mistake. Everything's going in the center of the pocket at the moment for Barry. He's already had a couple
85.
of centuries in this match. We've had 38
86
so far in this year's Betfred World Championship.
$91.
Barry's made
92.
33 centuries this season. He made 31 last season, and in total 268. So terrific break builder. Well, what a way to start
97.
a session.
$99.
That's the 39th century this year.
Thanks. 106.
145, still the highest. Ryan Day made that, but is no longer with us. It'll take a bit of beating, that high break. £10,000 for the high break prize.
$170.
What a way to start. The young Chinese player Liu Haoqian made one mistake, and that's all it took. Barry Hawkins made that magnificent break, and he takes the opening frame and extends his lead to 6 frames to 3.
And that's the 3rd century of the match for Barry Hawkins. It's the 39th of this year's championship, and the record of 86, according to my esteemed colleagues here, might indeed be in a bit of danger this year, guys, do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I mean, it's only day 7 and another 10 days to go. So, yeah, I think it could be in danger this year. It's a lot of centuries so early on in the tournament, and fantastic century there from Barry Hawkins.
Yeah, and good performance from Barry, because his top break against Stuart Carrington in the opening round was 82. He's made 3 centuries, and he seems to have found a little bit of scoring groove now.
Yeah, you'd expect him to get a bit sharper. I think all the players that have gone the distance here, or very close to the distance here at the World Championship, get that first round out of the way, then they can get off and running. But of course, it does need some help from your opponent. And Liu Haoqian has, in both of the starts of these sessions, has been a bit weak. He's got going as the sessions, and actually his first round match against Marco Fu, even though he put Marco firmly into sort of bed. The start of that match, they were both missing balls all over the place. So yeah, perhaps a bit of experience needed at the Crucible.
How do you guys play this? It's a 3-session match. So what's the mentality when you come into the second of these, Ken?
You just try and win the session. You know, any sort of a lead is, if you can win it 5-3, you know, he's 10-6, he only needs then 3 more for the next round. I'm sure that's Barry Hawkins' train of thought.
OK, back we go to Peter Ebdon and Dennis Taylor, who are fine young things too, I have to say, gentlemen. I think it is day 7. I'm getting slightly snooker loopy already.
We forgive you, Hazel. I think that's the first little mistake you've made in 20 years. Knows more about the game than all us that are in the commentary box, does Hazel. Well, that'll get his confidence back, Peter.
Yeah, easy game this, Dennis, isn't it? Long red, just get down and smash it in. Fantastic pots. Need to be very, very accurate, especially playing at that pace. Needs to avoid a balk colour on the way in and out of balk here. Played that with lots of right-hand side. Now, has he lost the cue ball? He might just be on a red. It's very tight. Oh, that's a beautiful shot.
Well played, well played.
Can play the deep screw shot into the pack here. Oh, it was a perfect opportunity to open the balls and to stay 14 on the red that he's now playing on. Does have a few loose reds. That's 15. Probably why he decided against that. But will he get a better chance in a few shots' time? Would like to have been a fraction straighter on this. He's playing the top shot for the choice of 2 reds. And he's underhit that.
22.
Yeah, you're looking at the player who won the World Under-21 title when he was 14 years of age back in 2012. That's some going. So it was only a matter of time before this talented player got himself to the Crucible Theatre.
What an achievement that is, Dennis. World Under-21 Championship at 14.
28.
See where he's pointing the tip of the cue. There's still a red available just at the back of the bunch. But anywhere near the circle would be good. Oh, he hasn't come up short, surely. Maybe he can just get to it. He's looking anxiously there, but I think he's 34. Just okay. Just about.
$35.
Finish straight on the black, as you can tell by his reaction there. You can always tell by the body language. So when it's dead straight, you can only go through in a straight line or back in a straight line. And there you see absolutely dead straight on this black. Tricky little one along the cushion now, but he's got an angle to get onto the black.
42.
You've got to be very precise. If you touch the cushion before the pocket, we know they won't go in. Well played.
43.
Key shot coming up. If he pots the black and opens the reds, it could be key to taking this frame now. Already 43 ahead.
Well, if he cannons into the red, which is to the right of the two at the bottom of the pack, he could be pushing the red towards the right centre. But you've got to concentrate on potting the black.
43.
Got a good split. But you shouldn't be missing blacks off the spot like that. And it's not as if Barry Hawkins needed a confidence boost, because he's playing well enough as it is. That could well cost him the frame.
He's finished almost straight on the blue, so all he can do is just run through about 12 to 18 inches with this. And he's got that red to the left of the 5 reds.
6. Seven.
Even early on, you pick out an awkward ball, and the only awkward one is the one on the left side of the table, and even that's not that bad for Barry, who's a left-hander, but a lot to pot before he gets to that one. But that might help. Decided to open those 3 reds that were tied up. I don't know if he can hold for the black. Might just be able to drop this in. Might have to go up the table for the blue again.
Thank you. 13.
Well, looking at that, he's just slightly the right side of the blue line there to create an angle to get to his next red. Needs to play with a bit of pace, though.
$80. $90.
Well, that tells you how well Barry's thinking.
26.
The only difficult red was the one I mentioned, and look what he did with it. Brought it right out into the middle of the table.
27.
Looking good here again in this frame.
It's not often that you get a cannon like that, Dennis, where a ball is on the cushion and the white makes contact with the red in such a way that the cue ball follows the red on exactly the same path. Very unusual, but it's worked out very, very well for him. Looking very,
34.
very strong at the moment, Barry Hawkins.
35.
This will be a body blow for Liu Haoqian. Really will, because he was in again and just took his eye off the black there. Yeah, we see it so many times where they concentrate on what's going to happen with the white ball and forget the pot. Now, if he can drop nicely onto this red and not be straight, he'd be in the driving seat. Somewhere along there would be nice. As long as he's not straight.
48. 49.
And they're there for the taking now. The pink, a little bit of a distraction, but I think he can pot the black and just float the white past the pink to leave the yellow on. It's a natural angle to go down past the pink, as you can see. And he's not doing much
56.
wrong at the moment, Barry Hawkins. Wow, that's high. 96% for this match.
$61. $65. $70. $76.
And everything going right in the center of the pocket. As we say, not touching the sides. What a start for the Hawk. Barry Hawkins, 124 in the first frame. And then he's followed it up with that magnificent break there to extend his lead now to 7-3.
And indeed a carbon copy in terms of the start to this second session, as we saw in the first, and much more worrying now because the gap really beginning to grow.
Yeah, you know, we're sort of getting to the territory where we start sort of the end of the session, and perhaps if it goes this way for the rest of the match, we're going to end up saying, great player, he'll learn from that, he'll get good experience, all those words will come out. But, yeah, at the age of 20, he's pretty young to be at the Crucible. It's a fantastic achievement as it is, and he has got plenty of time on his hands.
He does. What's the impression of Lou on the circuit, Ken, from the players that have come up against him? Because, you know, he has been around for a very long time, albeit in sort of patches. As we said, he was on the circuit when he was only 15 years of age. It was all a bit too much too young for him.
Yeah, I haven't seen too much of him, to be honest. But what I have seen and commentating on him yesterday was very, very impressive, the way he strikes the ball. And I think he's, you know, in a way, when he's in that group at the academy, the Victoria Academy in this instance, that he's learning from a lot of the other players, you know, and he's playing with them every day. There's a good group with him, so that the homesickness doesn't become as much as an issue because they've got friends, they're enjoying themselves at the great city to live in, and they're practicing every day with each other. So he's going to learn from a lot of experience, but also from that group of lads that he's with as well.
I think the apprenticeship the players have to do now to get to the highest level is longer and greater. I think we've probably, unless we see some type of miraculous player come on the circuit, we've probably seen the end of players winning the World Championship at the age of 22, 23. Because there's so much strength in depth in the game, so many great players still playing into their 40s. So whilst for a while we thought that the players were going to get younger and younger, it's turned the corner, it's gone the other way. So Lou Hochan is great, he's got loads of time in his hands, but, you know, there's no guarantees that you're going to win the World Championship at 25, 26, 27, 28. You might have to wait to your 30s.
Yeah. But the thing is, we saw somebody like Yan Bingtao, who's in that stable in Victoria's Academy here. And you're right, the fact that they do have so many pals and they've got great training partners and friends to live and work with, it's going to stand them in great stead, really, in the next few years.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And no better experience than playing here in the World Championship, beating Marco Phil will give him great confidence going into next season. This is his, you know, as you said, back on the tour, but he's already back up into the top 64 by his performances this year. So he's done remarkably well. And listen, this is early doors. He's not out of this match just yet.
Oh, absolutely. There could still be a sting in the tail here. Let's get back to frame 11.
So you rejoin us with Barry Hawkins enjoying a very healthy lead, 7 frames to 3. That was really tough. And he's not got away with it. Perhaps didn't strike that as smoothly as he normally would, but he did have to play it with a lot of pace.
Now will he try and cannon the red to the left of the black? There's a little shot with a bit of right hand side, a little stun. Might be worth the risk. Pink's tied up. He's just looking at it there. I mean, he could play around for the blue, but the black's still hampered. Just wonder, will he try that cannon? Played round for the blue. The white's closest to the pocket.
1.
Just didn't want to risk that delicate little cannon on that red, but it would have opened the game up, that's for sure. And it was interesting listening to Steve Davis there about apprenticeship. You know, John Higgins got to be world number 1 and world champion in 6 seasons. That was quite remarkable. Mark Williams did it in 7 seasons. But I think with John, because he was practicing all the time with Stephen Hendry, that was the reason he got to the top so quickly.
And that is an extraordinary achievement, Dennis, isn't it? You're talking about 2 of the greatest match players there of all time in John Higgins and Mark Williams. And they're still at the top of their game, well into their 40s. This is wonderful to see.
Now, can he get through to that red? The one I thought he might just try and cannon. Oh, it's tight, that one. Well, I'll find out shortly, but he might have to get a little trace aside to help the angle. Looking at that, just playing ball, I think he'd clip the black.
Yeah, I don't think it goes, Dennis, and I don't think the other one is any good to him because he can't get on a colour.
Well, he feels that he can, but he's playing with a trace. Now he's hitting a plain ball, so. It's good eyesight. He's only, what, 21? Didn't look as if it would go. And there's a nice little cannon he's got there. Now he's got a chance here.
20.
He's now got to do what he did when he was 5-1 down, as we show you the little cannon here. 5-1 down, and he made breaks of 95 and 42. That's what he needs here.
$21.
Well, that's dreadfully unfortunate there. I mean, he's really played the attacking shot here, hit it well, and finished on absolutely nothing. It's amazing, this game. When you're playing well and you've got a 3 or 4 frame advantage, you play that sort of shot, everything opens up for you. When you're behind and you're battling away, you play the shot and everything finishes awkward.
Liu Hao Chen, 28.
This is one of the matches that's played over 3 days. Some of them are played over 2 days.
Well, this is a really tough red in the centre if he decides to take this on. Very low percentage, but he's a very attacking player. This is really tough.
Well, that was a great effort there, but he's left it possible, as we show you it again, almost tight on the cushion, and it looked in at one stage, hit both jaws, but he's left a medium range pot for Barry, as you can see, and he's potting everything, as I mentioned in the last frame. Not only potting them, but they're going straight in the middle of the pocket. They're not touching either jaw as they go in.
Doesn't have to play the cannon here, but he'll be trying to win the frame in this visit, and that's very unlucky. Just wanted to screw through the reds and potentially leave himself on the red into the left centre. He's still got a red into the left-hand black pocket, but would have liked something a little bit easier than this. Still, the way he's played so far this afternoon, you'd expect him to knock this in. Yeah, that's very good. Just lost the cue ball a touch. Will he take this black on? Just didn't get enough spin. This is a tough black.
If he drops it in, he'll leave himself a chance of a red. It's not going to be a straightforward pot, but that was all he could do there.
16.
He's reached the 500 balls potted there, as you can see. Yeah, that last blackie was limited to what he could do with the cue ball. He knew his next pot was going to be a tough one.
Barry's just looking to see if he can miss the cannon on the pink to play for the black into the same pocket. If not, it's going to be the blue. Oh, he struck that beautifully. What a lovely
17.
shot. Just floating the balls in, Dennis, and as you quite rightly say, they're all going in the centre, and that is a real sign that somebody is cueing very, very well. Needs a bit of action on the cue ball here, though.
Just a little distraction there, which he's got up off the shot, which is the correct thing to do. I'm not sure what it was. And there's something up there that's distracting him, up at the back of the arena somewhere. And he's made a pretty good job of that.
24.
And this next shot will open those 4 reds up. Well, there'll only be 3 after he pots this, and you'd think he'd finish on pink or black.
$25.
Can just drop this black in for the red into the left centre, the red that's closest to the pink, or go up for the red which is near the blue. Oh, that's worked out perfectly. Played that nicely, played that with a touch of drag.
32.
Right hand side, just to widen the angle. There you see the drag, there you see the side. Very nicely played. This is very, very impressive stuff from Barry Hawkins. Timing the ball beautifully, not hitting the balls hard. For me, this is when he's at his best, and it's just wonderful to watch.
Yeah, I think these tables are really suited to Barry's game. They're very fast cloths. You don't have to force the shot. Keeps looking around. I don't know what's distracting him a little bit.
40.
I mean, these tables are beautiful to play on, but you see, if you lose your rhythm, you can miss all sorts on them also. But when you're playing well, they're just a treat to play on.
45. $46.
You can't clinch this frame without the reds that are tied up on the left side of the table. And he's finished straight on the pink almost, as you can see, so he might be able to force a little bit of an angle, but not much. See, if he screws that back, he could screw straight back into the middle pocket. So might play this in off the left side of the pocket. Well, even that is about the best he could do. And if he can just get past the other red to the potting angle.
52.
Well, that was very well judged.
Especially being a left-handed Dennis, he could not have played a better positional shot than that. And it was very difficult to get on these two reds. In actual fact, it was only this red that he could possibly play, so he played a perfect positional shot there, judged the strength perfectly. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Well played.
53.
This is very, very impressive stuff from Barry Hawkins.
You see the difference, 32, so he's going to need one of those difficult two reds. If he gets a nice angle on the blue, he might be able to bring one of them into play. Oh, he's
61.
Finished straight by the looks of it. Yeah, he's anxiously looking, and I think he misjudged that. Can't get to the reds from that position.
Will he take the more difficult brown on Dennis?
Well, he's looking at it, but that is the shot that he's going to play, and he's going to have to screw it in and come off two cushions around to the reds.
Barry Hawkins, 61.
He's been rather fortunate there. He played to drop in between those two reds to leave himself being a left-hander, just to roll one down the cushion, and he's covered it. Seen Barry come around and look at the angle. He's playing a safety shot, but there's every chance this red could go near the right corner pocket here past the black. And here it comes. Yeah, you play the safety shot, and sometimes you can pull that double off, especially the fact he only needs the red. 33 if he can get the red. And any colour.
Played that safety shot very well, Dennis, didn't he? He played it with a touch of check side, which meant that he could actually play the shot a bit harder and give the red every chance of coming over to the black cushion. Well, this requires excellent cueing, but it's a chance.
I think he's just looking at Barry's expression. I think he's got away with that. Yeah, you can tell. Let me show you the attempt again. Developed the difficult red, but he's covered it. Now with everything in the open, whoever gets the first chance could win this frame. Oh, this is excellent.
Thank you.
I thought there was going to be a gap, but no gap.
Yes, that was a wonderful shot there from Barry Hawkins. Liu Hiotian is in all sorts of trouble now.
As you can see, 33, the difference. I mean, if he could play the shot, just miss the middle pocket, the right side of the table, and hit the cushion behind the black, and then make contact with the red, send it up the table, but that would have to be so precise. Really, you're just trying to escape and hope that you can get them in a safe position. Well, he's just going to play to land on that one, so it's not bad, you know. Couldn't have played that any better.
Yes, that was great touch. And well worked out, because he's not left the thin clip into the left centre. The pink is in the way there. Could be in trouble again after this shot, though.
Yeah, hitting the green full ball has got himself a snooker.
Thank you.
Snookered behind the blue on one red and snookered behind the black with the other. I think without the cannon on the green, it was always going to be a good shot anyway. But I suppose that was a bonus there to get the snooker. Similar type shot again, as he judged it correctly this time. It's pretty good again.
And can Barry Hawkins get the cue ball behind the green and brown here? The only thing is, he'd rather leave that red where it is. Certainly doesn't want to be pushing it towards the right corner. I think he could play a thin snick with lots of left-hand side. There's the side. Not quite enough. He was just a little bit concerned about pushing the red further into the table, the red that he played. I wonder if this young man, well, looks like he's playing safe here. I thought he might be able to take the red into the right-hand black pocket and play it as a shot to nothing. It's okay, but he has left Barry Hawkins a chance to take this into the right corner with right hand side, playing it thin. Oh, Barry's playing safe. And that's a good cue ball. That's a very good cue ball. Well played.
He's keeping things tight because he's not leaving Liu Haoqian any chance. And as I said, with the balls where they are, the player that gets the first chance, you would think would take the frame, but this young player just can't get a look at anything at the moment, the way Barry's playing. Barry's still looking for one red in any colour to virtually clinch the frame. Now this could go wrong. If it slips past the yellow, it will pot, and it has. Yeah, he was in a tough situation there.
So Barry was rewarded for playing an excellent safety shot. He turned down the shot to nothing that he could have played with a reasonable degree of safety. Played a wonderful safety shot. And this is his chance to win the frame. Nice pot.
One.
A little bit thin on the blue.
Just made sure the pot didn't attempt to get on the last red, because he's now 39 in front. It's just possible 35 there, so at the moment it's 1 4-point snooker to tie. Look at this cue ball again.
Barry Hawkins 6.
Liu Haoqian hasn't had a look at his shot for the last 10 minutes.
Yes, Dennis. Very, very solid match play snooker. Top quality match play snooker from Barry Hawkins. Really keeping this young man from China under the most extreme of pressure. This will be a good hit.
Foul. Yeah. Barry Hawkins 7 and frame.
And he's had enough. Barry Hawkins played a wonderful frame there. Barry Hawkins in full command. Moves into an 8 frames to 3 lead.
Back in time, Jan Verhaest just finishing, setting the balls up. 25 years Jan's been around now as a referee.
Frame 12. Barry Hawkins to break.
And you're looking at a player here who just loves playing at the Crucible Theatre. And I'm thinking there's still just three former world champions left. Could we have a new winner this year? And is this man going to get his name on the trophy? There's quite a few that could do it. It's going to be a fascinating Betfred World Championship, that's for sure. Even with a lot of the top seeds and former world champions out, it's going to be a cracker.
Taking this yellow on, playing for the red to the right of the black. Needs the cue ball to hold up. Would have liked to have been fractionally straighter.
3.
Never nice having to drop these in dead weight. But if he wants to stay on the black, that's pretty much what he's got to do. Yellow touching the near knuckle there. If he'd hit the yellow in the centre of the pocket, he would have been straighter on this red. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, played it nicely.
4.
They can be nervy ones sometimes, Dennis, can't they?
$11. 12. $17. Thank you. 18.
Wouldn't it be nice if this young
25.
Chinese player could knock in a sizable break here, just to restore a bit of confidence?
26.
He's done precious little wrong in this session. He's missed 1 or 2, but that's all it took to leave Barry Hawkins in, and he was winning with 1 visit virtually.
33.
I mean, he's obviously got a very good temperament to be 4-0 down and 5-1 down and come back to 5-3. It's a terrific raw talent, isn't it?
34.
Still got an angle here to play back for the red that's over the right side of the table if he wishes. He's just having a look to see what is available into the right corner. I don't think there's any plants there, but he can do what he wishes with this angle he's got. He spotted something in the pack. Must be a plant there.
41.
Yeah, that can be made.
$42.
just slipped away up the table. The Blues
49.
stopped it from going right up. And this is where he's got to be very careful. 49 in front. Yeah, well played.
50.
Now, wouldn't it be a bit special if this young player could knock a century break in here?
$57. $58.
He did make 2 centuries against Marco Fu in the last round. The main thing is to score enough to win the frame and then think about a possible century.
$65.
Just this red, another color would be enough.
66.
Relax
73.
and try and clear the remaining balls up. Wouldn't that be special?
Well played.
74.
Considering how impressive Barry Hawkins has been this afternoon. This is a very impressive performance here from this young man from China, Liu Hiotian. Played the cannon nicely. Got some choices, red to the right centre, red to the
81.
left centre. Well played.
82. $89. $90. $97. $98.
Very well played, Liu Hiotian. What a time to make the 40th century in this year's World Championship.
104.
Coming just at the right time.
105.
His highest ever tournament break was 136. That was in qualifying school. So.
111. 113.
And what a place and what a time to make your highest ever break in tournament play.
116. 120. 125.
Perfectly played. Oh, can you believe it? Was he thinking about his highest ever break? It doesn't matter, he's won the frame, but how disappointing to miss the pink. But that was a fabulous effort from this young Chinese player, but he's still 4 behind at 8-4.
Well, it takes him a while to warm up, but then he gets red hot. That's his third Crucible century in his debut. It's great stuff from him.
It is, yes. But yeah, obviously he's lost that session 3-1, so he won't be delighted with it.
No.
But you know, you can do no more than somewhere down the line get your hand on the table and knock some balls in. And he's not like a complete rabbit in the headlights by any means at all. So yeah, I think we'll be seeing a lot more of him in future.
You would hope so, but you've got to say it's the greater experience and ring craft of Barry Hawkins that seems to be making huge or paying huge dividends, particularly I think in frame 11 that we saw there.
Yeah, I mean he's very solid, isn't he? And he you know, when the balls are there to be potted, he's going to 9 times out of 10. He's got a great all-round game, great temperament, and he's one of these players. You know, I was looking through his record last night when his team was like a couple of semi-finals, he's final, of course. You know, over the last 5 years, I think he's been in the quarterfinals or better.
He has, yes,
and it's an incredible record. So, you know, he's knocking on the door. He could be a dark horse in this tournament as well. But I'm delighted to see the way Liu Haotian responded there. You know, he lost those first 3 frames, big breaks from Barry Hawkins, but still has the character, you know, and it's something that you don't often see in someone so young, so it's great to see.
It is indeed. All right, we'll be back to that one live very shortly, but we'll quickly pop in to see how things are going on the other table. Now, Kyron Wilson from Kettering, well, life is very good for him at the moment. As you probably remember, he made quite a splash at the Masters when he got to the final. It was a very emotional occasion for him, but he handled it all with real grace, and I think he won a lot of friends back then, just a few months ago. In fact, he's been in 3 big finals. He's lost them all, and he's still trying to add to his 2015 Shanghai Masters title. But away from the table, he's become a father for the second time to young Brian, brother to Finlay, and he is genuinely a very impressive player and person.
So that's it. There'll be a handshake from Matthew. Kyron Wilson, one of the new guns, who's through to the second round, a 10-3 winner.
I think in any tournament, let alone the World Championships, you have to get that first win to feel settled and into the tournament. There's a lot of hype that goes on around the World Championships, and you know, you really do feel a part of it when you've won that first match. So up against Jamie Jones in the second round, you know, had a very good last couple of days. Beat Sean Murphy 10-9, which is no mean feat in itself. So I'll certainly have a good game on my hands. He's a very good match player, which I think I am. So I think it'll be a good match game. Lost in the Masters final, unfortunately. If somebody would have offered me a final before that week had begun, I'd have bit their hand off. But a bit of an anti-climax to lose to Mark 10-7. To reach the final against the best 16 players in the world at the time is massive for my confidence. It's proven to myself that I can do it on the big stage, and you know, it's set me in good stead here at the Crucible. I feel like I'm an old 26-year-old now. Like, it's my 4th year at the Crucible. Each year that I come back, I feel like I get a little bit stronger, a little bit more experienced, and you know, the buzz never goes. It's such an awesome place to come and play, and I've been dreaming of coming here since I was 11 years old. So to be doing it for the 4th year now, you know, is an awesome feeling. I'm very quietly confident. I'm not one of those that's going to go around boasting and say I can do this, do that. I know that I have got the ability to do what I set out to achieve, and that is to win everything that I'm playing.
Well, the head-to-heads don't make hugely encouraging reading for Kyron's opponent, Jamie Jones, who's lost 5 of their 6 matches to date. Mind you, they haven't faced one another for 18 months and never in a longer frame format. And remember, Jones has really come alive here at the Crucible again after ousting Sean Murphy for the 2nd time in Sheffield, this time in a final frame decider the other day. So Wilson took the first, and we're going to pick them up in frame 2. It's the 9th seed, Wilson, on a break of 64 here. And Stephen Hendry and John Parrott are watching this one.
He's decided to go across there, but where's the cue ball going, Kyron?
Foul.
Wow.
Kyron Wilson, 64.
Oh, that's a shocking
Jamie
error.
Jones.
It really is. It's almost as if he's completely forgotten or not thought about what the path of the cue ball was going to be.
Yeah, just done all the hard work for your opponent there. Jamie Jones is going to have to get a snooker, but you've just given him the foul points. Mind you, he's just not settled yet. I mean, that safety shot was miles away. Nowhere near the blue with the cue ball. Well, it might look like he played safe, but he didn't. Just needs to get a good safety in, Jamie. Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, it was close. He's been pretty fortunate to hit the bump on the middle pocket there. I expected that to have stuck in the jaws a bit more, but once it hit the bump and through the cue ball the other side of the table, it's made this more difficult. Now Jamie's looking at a shot here where he pots this and comes and moves the red off from behind the black, but you can play it, but you've got to make sure you get on a colour. He's 40 points behind. For sure. He was trying to flick the other red, missed it, ended up great on the black. So they're all there. And Kyron Wilson, with that shot he played, trying to clip the red in the corner, could have thrown this frame away.
Nine.
Perfect position now. Yellow slightly off its spot, she needs to remember. But you couldn't ask for anything better than this, Jamie.
$16. 18.
His heart was in his mouth there. He thought he was going to land with the cue ball in front of the blue. Oh, Jamie, what have you done?
That's like neither one shot nor the other, that one. Still on it, but it should have been a lot easier than this. If you had any doubts, you just should have screwed across the face of the brown and left it into the same pocket as the green.
I still fancy him to pot this. He just screws the cue ball off 2 cushions for the blue to the left middle. It's not that difficult a shot, but it's more difficult than it should have been, and that can sometimes play in your mind. Looks to be pretty much a natural angle just to follow the cue ball off 1 cushion for the pink to the right corner. Some players prefer to stun the cue ball under pressure. Yeah, it's gone to 1 cushion.
30.
I have a credit Jamie Jones. Can put these last 2 colours.
Oh, he's got a bit of grit about him, that's for sure. We saw that in his opening match.
$36.
Well, Karen Wilson will be kicking himself. Jamie Jones needed a snooker with 2 reds on. Karen Wilson put a careless in off, and what a great clearance for Jamie Jones to level at 1 each.
Yeah, a very nice settling steal for Jamie Jones. He's a real heart-on-sleeve player, isn't he? He lets you know exactly how he's feeling practically after every shot. He is actually, despite his social media nickname, the Jones Kid, actually 4 years older than Kyron Wilson. As we join them now in frame 3, it's the younger man, Wilson, who's 41 points adrift.
Oh, this is a good shot. This is where Jamie should have been, and because he wasn't, he left Kyron the opportunity. What is it? This game is fractions. You don't get in behind the yellow and brown, you can be pretty sure that your opponent's going to do it the next time. Push and escape with running side. Couldn't have hit that much better. Don't know whether that red that's between the pink and black pot's in the corner. Well, mustn't do. It does, but Karen's not even looking at it. I don't know why not, because it was safer than that one he played.
Well, it's very unlike Karen Wilson to turn down a long pot. And it definitely looked like it went. I'm trying to think of reasons why he wouldn't go for it, whether the cue ball was going to be going into other reds, but it looks like it cost him this third frame.
It was certainly a higher percentage pot anyway, wasn't it, for him, the way he pots? You wouldn't expect him missing it, even if he'd cannoned something.
Six. Seven.
So a similar situation to the previous frame. Jamie Jones is just going to birdie the blue in and leave his opponent needing one snooker. The difference for Jamie, he has got a red to go for. So get this red, stop your opponent coming back to the table.
So from Kyron Wilson looking quite comfortable in the opening frame. All of a sudden, that bad mistake when he went in off and let Jamie Jones make the clearance, he's going to find himself 2-1 behind very quickly.
.20 in the frame, Jamie Jones.
So Kyron's had enough of that one. And Jamie Jones, well, it's been a battling start from him. And now, after being 1-0 behind, he leads 2 frames to 1.
A battling performance, as you might expect from Jamie Jones, but in frame 4, Kyron Wilson, the 9th seed, the world-ranked number 9 player, he's come back here with a break of 54 and is going to level this up as they go in for their interval. And Stephen Ken, watching this, you would imagine that Kyron Wilson is not going to present as many chances, perhaps, as Sean Murphy might have done in his previous match to Jamie Jones today. How do you like the look of this?
Well, yeah, but I like the way Jamie Jones is playing. He's going around the table. He's got a lot of confidence. And he's had a good run here previously in the World Championship, and that win over Sean Murphy will give him a lot of confidence. I think it's going to be a fascinating encounter. Obviously, Kyron Wilson is the favourite, but that Jamie Jones, he's a tough little fighter, like, you know.
Yeah, do you like his style, actually? He seems to really find something when he comes to the Crucible, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got great competitive temperament and he's got an edge to his game, and he's a fighter. But therein so is Kyron Wilson. I think two great competitors we have. And you could put forward the case that Kyron Wilson is best placed of all of the young players to win the World Championship under the age of 30. 26?
26, yeah.
Judd Trump 28, running out of time, possibly. So, yeah, if Kyron Wilson keeps on improving, he, of all of the young players, seems to have the all-round game that's capable of winning, certainly here at the Crucible.
Well, I mentioned actually earlier on that the Jones kid is actually 4 years older than this man, and he's achieved a lot in his 26 years in the game. He's a very old head on shoulders, isn't he?
He is, yeah, and he has everything. You know, he has the temperament, he has the talent. And just as Steve said, he's one of those players, those young players could potentially win the tournament. And in that quarter of the draw, it's quite open because you've got Joe Perry playing Mark Allen. The winner will play Jones or Wilson. So it's quite open for all those 4 players in that quarter. A good opportunity for them.
I don't know about you, Ken, but like for me, as a professional coming up as a young player, I sort of jumped up a level. You know, Stephen Hendry looked like he was, you know, I was playing against Stephen Hendry, and all of a sudden, next minute, he looked like he jumped quite a huge level to the next stage. And that can sometimes happen here at the Crucible. That if Kyron Wilson believes enough and he gets to the latter stages, it might dawn upon him that actually, I can win this. I'm not just competing, I could win it. And that happened for me. I don't know if it happened for you as well, but...
I never jumped any levels.
They
were all going that way.
if not the Crucible, at some stage in your career it happens. So perhaps here for Kyron, you never know.
OK, well, they've got 15 minutes off, and then they'll be back. You can watch that one continuing on the Red Button live in about 10 minutes' time. But for now, we've got another 4 frames to play in the second session in the match we've been enjoying between Liu Haotian and Barry Hawkins. The gap is 4 frames. Hawkins 8 frames to 4 in the race for the 13 frames winning line. And there is Barry Hawkins. He's got a stellar record here. He's always there or thereabouts at the moment, the last 5 years or so. Will he reach the 1 table setup once again? Back we go to Peter and Dennis.
Thanks very much, Hazel. Yes, it was a wonderful break in the last frame from Liu Haotian. And he's really up against it because Barry Hawkins is in top form. These are tough. He's going to have to play this with pace. And that's always the problem with the Reds when they're just off straight like that. You have to play them with pace. And if he's played that with a touch of right-hand side, as he probably did, just thrown the cue ball slightly, and that's why the red went slightly thick. He got close, but unfortunately for Barry Hawkins, it wasn't quite Close enough.
It doesn't look to be a natural angle. It would be nice if he could roll this red in and just cannon the one to the left of the black. But he will know whether that's got the correct angle or not. He might be able to do it, and I'll tell you what, it would give him such a good chance, but it doesn't look as if he had. He just played back up the table, but the way he played that, had he have put a little touch of left-hand side, he would have cannoned that red away there. Let's have another look. Yeah, just a little touch aside, and he could have flicked that away, and he'd have been right in amongst them. The pink cuts, and it looks unnatural to go down between the yellow and brown. And as long as he doesn't catch one on the way back up again, he'll be okay. But once again, he's done that a few times. He was more concerned about the cue ball and took his eye off the pot. He did that at the start of this session.
Well, as you can see, the red into the left centre is pretty straight. Very difficult to create an angle off that shot. And these middle pockets are playing very small. You can't really pinch anything at all. So we'll just be dropping this in, I would imagine. See, that may look easy on TV, but I can assure you that these middle pockets are really, really small. And if you've got any shot like that, any pace at all, makes the pot so much more difficult. That probably would have gone in the centre pocket on a club table, but not on these championship tables. They've been playing very small this week. You still expect Barry to knock that in, but that was just an indication of just how tough those shots are. No damage done though.
Four more frames to be played in this session, and then the conclusion tomorrow morning. That's an excellent safety shot from Barry. And when you've got a 4-frame cushion, at the back of your mind, you're just saying to yourself, if I can just share the frames, that will do. I mean, you're trying to win every single frame, but it's a nice cushion to have 4 frames. Just a little gentle shot here to land on the red.
Barry may well have a choice of 2 reds into the left centre here at least. But very difficult, very tricky. And as Dennis just mentioned there, he'll be wanting to keep things very tight with a 4-frame advantage. He knows how much ability Leo Haotian has. Doesn't want to give him any easy opportunities. Not bad. A little bit short with the cue ball. Would have liked the cue ball tight underneath the baulk cushion. That was a nice kiss on the yellow. Barry can get through to the red near the left-hand side cushion. He'd love to block the escape route down the left-hand side of the table if he could. He played that with check side, and he won't be doing that with that. Decent safety, but if Liu Haotian can get the cue ball, say, perhaps behind the brown, he could be taking this on. Shot to nothing. He's overcut it. Needed that cue ball going behind the brown, really. So it gives Barry Hawkins the opportunity to play a far better safety shot and put him in trouble. And that was the shot that I suggested previously, which blocks off the escape down the left-hand side of the table. Now, will Liu Haotian be tempted to take this long red on? He's a very good putter.
Can we keep the noise down, please? Thank you.
Could possibly leave himself the pink into the left centre. Just decided to roll up to the red. He's a little bit thin though. That's a mistake. He's left a red in the left centre. That's a poor shot.
See that? Wow. Can't believe he's missed that, but as Peter mentioned before, the middle pockets, it looked in around here, but then it just touched that near jaw, and then the second jaw, it was half in the pocket. So it's amazing the era has created this chance for this young player.
One.
The pink back on its spot, and the black certainly available into one corner. This is a good chance, and he made a magnificent 125 in the previous frame before the mid-session interval, which, if he hadn't missed an easy pink, would have been his highest break ever, 136 so far. And if he had a pot at the pink and black, it would have been 138, and he just cued across it. But he'll make many more of them, I'm sure.
Seven. Eight. Quietly, please. Thank you. Fourteen. Fifteen.
was just about okay, but he wanted to screw the white back just
20.
another couple of inches. Okay, though.
21.
Ken Doherty in the studio mentioned earlier where Liu Haoqian practices not far from the Crucible, the Victoria Academy. Great facility for these Chinese players. And the week before the Crucible started, we had the world's seniors legends here at the Crucible, and Cliff Thorpe and myself went in
27.
for a practice, and it was great to see all the young Chinese players there. Didn't half make us feel old, that's for sure.
28.
And Cliff won that World Seniors Masters at the Crucible at the age of 70. And he'll be watching this. He loves watching the World Championship back in Toronto. Meanwhile, he's come up a bit short. That little
35.
smile there. Good recovery there.
36.
It's getting a little bit more difficult now. But that's nicely played. And if he's got an angle and he just can brush off
39.
those reds next to the one he'll take on, he'll develop all three of them. All depends on the angle he has on this pot. Yeah, got a little bit of angle there. Just that nudge
40.
has developed those three reds. And it's so important that he makes Barry pay for that mistake when he missed the red in the left middle pocket. Yeah, he was just, well, looked as if it was in, but not quite.
$47.
44 ahead, and when he pots this red, it's just clearing the path for one of the two together into the same pocket, as you can see there. In fact, he's now
48.
played another little nudge, but he could have done without that nudge, because now didn't really need that. It's just finished a little awkward now. If he takes the pink, he's going away from the reds. I think he thought he was just going to slip past them and be nicely on the pink then to leave him in prime position. This is a bit more difficult now. Beautiful shot. Terrific shot. I'll show you that
55.
again, and that could be a frame winner.
This is the sort of
56.
form that the young man showed in the qualifiers at the English Institute of Sport last week, prior to beating Marco Fu in the first round here. Scored very heavily indeed in his final match against Rory McLeod, very experienced
63.
professional.
$64.
Very impressive.
71.
Not going to be easy to make another century here with the Reds as they are.
Thank you.
They might be able to develop these two that are safe near the right corner and on the cushion. Maybe he hasn't quite got an angle to screw over to those, but if not, he can play for the other one just to the left of where he's queuing. He tried to develop them, but it didn't really matter. That was more than enough. One error from Barry Hawkins, and Lo Hao Chan made that magnificent break, and he closes the gap. It's 8-5 now. Very, very impressive stuff from this young Chinese player, who's terrific to watch. And this time Barry just made that one mistake that we showed you, and you can see him curling that finger up when he's on the cushion. He always does that, Barry, curls the finger up, and he was just dropping this in. You can see that, his knuckle there, just rolling it in to get on the pink, get the pink back on its spot. And well, he hasn't missed many of those. That was a straightforward pot, but once it touched the jaw, it was never going to drop, and that was his last shot.
Thank you.
3 more frames to be played in this session.
14. Barry Hawkins to break.
And Barry Hawkins has got a slightly better cue ball than Liu Hutian had at the start of the previous frame. But this is a similar type red. Digging down, maybe a touch of right hand side. Needs to play this with power. This is tough. Well, that may look a little bit reckless, but that was only because of the power that he had to play the shot with to get the cue ball around the angles. So he played it as a shot to nothing. You can see the cue ball jump there all the way, and the red after it came off the cushion. And that's a very good safety shot from Barry Hawkins there. Just came down to see if he may possibly leave a red into the centre if he played the safety shot. But not from that side of the table. Nice containing safety shot. Big frame this for the young man. If he could win it to go 8-6, might just make Barry Hawkins think a little bit. I think one of the impressive things about Barry Hawkins, Dennis, and he showed his experience earlier in this match, when he had his young opponent under a lot of pressure, he turned down a couple of shot to nothings and played top class safety shots just to keep that pressure on.
Oh, has he fluked it?
One.
That was a good safety shot anywhere. And now he's faced with one of those where you've got to try and just nestle up to the green, and the last thing you want to do is leave it short, and it's tough on these very fast cloths just to reach the green. Yeah, he's just thinking about it, you know. And now he's thinking about, well, I'm not going to risk rolling tight up to the green. I'll just get a good cue ball on the ball cushion somewhere around the tip would be nice. But back to the roll up. Yeah, if he hits it even with a little bit of pace, he still could get the snooker. But no, he doesn't fancy doing that. He doesn't want the yellow going in. That would have been the last thing he would have wanted to have seen. That would have been a useful one to knock in, especially with the yellow where it finished.
Looks like there's a very tough red to the right centre that will go. But there's a lot of pressure on it, because if he misses it, he leaves the red to the left corner. Big shot, this. Oh, that's excellent. Played a beautiful cannon as well. That was a big shot. A lot of pressure on that. I knew he was leaving a red if he missed it. Well played. Not easy to score here, because if he takes the pink in a few shots' time, which he doesn't really want to do, that will go back on the pink spot and is out of commission. So really only has the blue and baulk colours to play with here. Just taking his time just to think about this. It's not a straightforward situation, and he'll do well to score from this visit. Let's see how he goes about it.
Six. Seven.
This will get the yellow back up onto its own spot. But it's amazing, there's never two frames the same. Look at those reds near the black, the formation they're in. Two together one side, two together the other side. What a slip up that is. You can get quite a margin for error there, any side of the blue, and he was on this red, and look what he's done. That's end of break. It just shows you one little lapse in concentration, and that's the sort of thing that can happen. He was already planning his, well, 2 or 3 shots ahead, how he was going to go about things, and then all of a sudden he puts that poor safety shot in. And that's not the best in the world.
9.
Cannoning the brown. I think this red will cut into the middle pocket. If not, there's one up into the left corner. That's a long time since he's potted a ball. Almost 39 minutes. He usually knocks those in with monotonous regularity. That's just going to come up a little bit short again. So he's just fractions out at the moment with his position. Now you see the wrong side of the blue line, so having to take the pink now. He didn't play for this. But if it goes on the black spot, it might help the situation, but is there enough room? I think there is, and that's just going to put the pink out of commission.
7. Eight.
This time he's perfect on the blue. I spotted something. He was looking to see if that was quite tight, but there is another red available, so shouldn't be a problem. A little shake of the
13.
head there. But it looks as if it pots, but he's finished awkward on it. He wanted to just be able to brush past, flick the red out of the way, leave the pink.
14.
Key shot coming up here. If this works out, if this cannon, when he pots the blue, works out, he's got a great chance. Wasn't the cannon he played for. There's still one available.
19.
It's opened the pink up, but it wasn't the one he played to. He wanted to just go past the pink and hit those reds.
I just wondered, Dennis, if he takes the fine cuts into the right-hand black pocket, how close to going in off he is in the right centre. Depends what pace he plays it at. Oh, he's got a straighter one. That's a bad miss.
Liu Hao Chen, 19.
It's now over 40 minutes since Barry Hawkins has potted the ball. He needs to get going again. And that's the one.
1.
But not a good cue ball. Okay, he's got the brown, but he's got to travel quite a distance to get to his next intended red. I think he's okay. I don't think it's in and off to the right middle pocket if he plays this with a bit of pace.
Barry Hawkins, 1.
Is he going to get away with it? Although he's leading 8-5, all of a sudden he's missed a few that he wasn't missing. This young player seems to have put a bit of pressure on Barry.
Yes, Dennis. He was looking very comfortable earlier on, wasn't he? Barry Hawkins is looking very focused, timing the ball beautifully. It's just gone a little bit cold these last couple of frames.
Mind you, his young opponent has knocked in a couple of frame-winning breaks.
Needed the cue ball to travel there. Barry Hawkins has been keeping things very tight. Does the same again by refusing the long red. Well short of his intended target of the baulk cushion, and perhaps quite fortunate to leave his young opponent hampered by the yellow, otherwise he would have been taking this long red into the right hand black pocket. So just lost his touch momentarily, Barry Hawkins.
This young player hasn't lost his touch, that's for sure. And if he can pot this brown, there's 5 reds that are in the open. In fact, they're all in the open. And he's got a 29-point advantage. If this works out, great chance for the frame. Now, where's the white going to drop? That looks pretty good to me. If it bounces, yeah, every chance now for Lou Harchan.
5. Six.
And if he could take this frame, he's made breaks of 125, 72. And now this. Superb from this young player.
$12. 13.
I think one of the most impressive aspects of his game, Dennis, is his ability to play recovery shots when he does run out position. I noticed that in the qualifiers, and in the last match he was playing on the next table to me, and he just seemed to be potting balls from everywhere, even if he ran out of position. And that really was a fabulous win against Rory
18.
McLeod to qualify in the third and final qualifying match at the English Institute of Sport.
19.
Yeah, and I mentioned before the big impressive thing for me is this young man's temperament. 4-0 down, 5-1 down, 8-4 down, and he's
25.
still in there battling away.
$26.
So he can relax a little bit. The frame is safe.
$32.
All the hours and hours of practice paying off here, but there's not many players can take their practice game to the big arena. There's none bigger than this, but this young player seems to be able to do it, and it's great to watch.
39. $40. $46. $47.
Lots of reverse side there, but he's just finished a little awkward, but I wouldn't put it past him knocking this in. No problem. He's flying along at the moment.
52. 54.
I think he's enjoying this.
57. 61. 66. 72.
Well, even at that pace, he hammered the black into the pocket. So that's a fabulous 79 break, and it's given Barry something to think about. This young player has got another one back. He's just 2 behind at 8-6.
And that's 3 in a row for this young man. 125, 72, 79. It's not exactly a carbon copy, but it's not far off what he did yesterday, Ken.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's a great response from him. I mean, you know, at 8-3, you were very sort of worried about him, but you showed a lot of grit and determination, what he did in his first match. And it's a great comeback. And it's, as Dennis said, it's making Barry something, it's giving him something to think about.
It sure has, yeah. And not least that, Steve, because we've seen a couple of matches, most notably Anthony McGill, who's come back from big deficits. OK, that was the first of 10. But there must be, in some of the players' minds, a knowledge that this place can do some odd things to you out there, can't it?
It can. One of the things it can do is when you get behind, you completely drop your head and you just evaporate and disappear from the tournament. And one of the great attributes that you need to become a champion in this game is to be able to play well from behind. Not every player can. We can all play well from in front. So I think what Liu Heshan is showing here is that he's got great resolve. You know, at one stage, you know, sort of talking about the fact Barry Hawkins might run away with it, and it was a lesson learned. But when you see somebody who can play very well from behind by that far, you've got a dangerous player on your hands.
You have. Matt Selt actually has just tweeted, "Hiya, Matt." He says that really like the way Heshan plays the game. He's got great future, some serious Chinese firepower coming through these days. Would you agree?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. And, you know, he's shown it because, as Steve said, sometimes you could just collapse and say, OK, it's not my day. Good luck. But he's shown a lot of fighting qualities. And I just like the way he gets on with it. And he goes for his shots. He's not afraid. And he's playing with a little smile on his face. I know he doesn't say much, but he smiles plenty, which is great to see. And it's really fascinating now. And these last couple of frames, even if he gets one of them, you know, to go into the last session, even only 9-7 behind, he's well in this match.
You know, he is a very enigmatic young man. I was speaking to Victoria, who runs Victoria's Snooker Academy here, and he's part of that academy. She said he really doesn't say much at all. He keeps his own counsel, but he can play, this lad.
Yeah, you know, we all start off a bit like that, and some of us then get personalities, not, and others do. Yeah, but same as Ding Junhui, you know. All of a sudden, he's growing his personality and warming to the public. So at the moment, he's letting his chew do the talking.
Sure is. Just 2 in it now. Back we go.
Yeah, and Steve Davis, well, he's nearly got that personality he's been looking for. Of course, Steve, one of the funniest men you could ever wish to meet. Now, Barry, you've got to get going now. This is a half chance for you. That's a bit more like the Barry Hawkins we've seen earlier in this match. Another look. Terrific pot. Okay, the cue ball's gone a bit close to the cushion, but they're what you call little confidence boosters. But as Ken Doherty said, if Liu Heshan can get one of these 2 frames, he'll be delighted. Barry will be looking for both of them to get back to 4 in front. Well, he's got away with it, but that was a nervy one from Barry there.
Well, Dennis, I think he's taken this red into the right centre. Oh, what a shot that is. And that was beautifully controlled. Played that really well.
8.
Wow. This young man is full of surprises. And he's very, very talented. He's on a bit of a roll at the moment, Dennis.
Well, you can tell the way he's moving around the table. Especially in that break in the previous one, he was moving around the table at a fair old pace. Yeah, if you haven't made your mind up, that's the best thing to do. Get up, clear your mind, see your next shot and get back down again. He's just debating whether to screw into the reds and bring a few into play. He's up to 90% now. And as you can see, he's well in front in the long pot success department.
14.
But I suppose, as you would expect in the safety department, he's well behind Barry, but
$15.
Key shot coming up. The most important part is a little shake of the head there, is make sure you pot the black and just play the cannon and let that take care of itself. Don't miss the pot. Needed more of a stun, and the pink is in. Bit unlucky, but he needed more of a stun shot rather than a screw shot into the reds there. But that's a bit unlucky. How could you pick out a shot where you're going to plant the pink into the middle pocket? But everything's safe, so no damage done.
Thank you.
If he can, he'd love to cut off the escape down the left-hand side of the table.
Foul.
Well, can you believe that?
Barry Hawkins 6.
He planted the pink into the middle when he was previously at the table. Now he's planted one into the corner. But look at the cue ball he had. That's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, I think he's going to fall out with that pink ball. What's just happened?
Thank you.
And he's putting him back in again, so I think he can get back down the table without going in off. There is a red he can play off, and I think he would avoid. I think there's a red there. If he was to go off that, I think he can avoid the other two and get back round the table, but it's one shot that is possibly available. Now the other one he's looking at, he might be able to take the pot on if he could avoid cannoning into the red that's near the black, but I don't think he can avoid that cannon. Yeah, I think he's queuing up at the shot that I mentioned, and I think he can avoid the in-off. Let's just have a look, see what he plays. I don't know if he can get through to get down the right side of the table. He might be able to do that, you know. And he could. But he's left one for the left corner.
Barry would love to drag this in and hold for either the black or pink into the opposite corner, but it makes the shot a lot more difficult, and that's why he played it with pace. Just starting to look a little bit ragged, Dennis.
Yeah, these are bread and butter normally to Barry. You see him in the practice room knock that type of shot in, and very rarely does he miss it. Now, can he pull one good pot and one good positional shot out here to get going again? Of course he can. Beautifully played.
One.
And just look at the reds, how they're placed. It's another good chance.
And having been so unfortunate in knocking the pink into the left centre when splitting through the reds, and then knocking the pink into the right corner when playing a very good safety shot, you'd have to say that this young man probably deserved this chance, another chance at least in the frame. Now what can he make from it? Very delicately controlled.
7.
Should be okay to be able to play for the black into the opposite corner.
Eight.
Played that nicely. Stun run through. This is a very good chance now.
$15. $16.
And he, even on a forcing
20.
shot, he manages to keep that head quite still.
$24.
That's key. There's a lot of players have a little bit of movement, but if you can keep your head still even on a forcing shot, big advantage.
$31. $32.
Perfectly played. Just double checking when the pink goes back on its own spot that those reds or one of them will be available. That maybe the pink's blocking the path. That's why he's played further up the table. For well, he's left himself a choice of reds.
38.
For the middle or the corner.
39. $45. $46.
Well, this is absolutely brilliant from Liu Haoqian. Just one more red needed after the pink. And he's played 4 superb frames, 125, 72, 79.
52.
This 52 break and counting, brilliant. Look how still he kept on the shot.
53.
Didn't want to foul that red. Well, he might not say very much, Peter, but I'll tell you what, that cue does some talking.
59. $60.
Yeah, may be able to get the blue, but it would have to be a double then to keep the effort going, but it doesn't really matter. It's another frame-winning break. Doesn't matter about that.
60
that
and a
break of
frame.
60, more than enough, and I'm not surprised that Barry Hawkins has left the arena. Liu Haoqian has pulled another one back. He's just one behind now at 8-7.
4 in a row for this young man. And observations about the way the last 4 frames have gone, Steve. How would you explain the change in momentum here?
Well, it can be that one player relaxes and stops worrying about the match as such and starts to just play, Liu Haoqian, and possibly that Barry Hawkins is, looks like he should go on and freezes somehow, looks over his shoulder. But you never know when you're out there. It's frame at a time. And if the other guy starts putting a few balls, then you can get yourself in. It's one ball at a time, one frame at a time. Very impressed with how he's coping with that. No fuss player, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not a flair player in many ways. He's very efficient amongst the balls, similar to Ding Junhui.
Yeah.
But all the shots are just very simplistic. Just
Yeah.
couple of times just cues up, gets down, couple of times cueing up, just hits the ball nice and smoothly, keeps his head still, gets on with the next shot.
We were chatting actually whilst we were watching that, the fact that Liu has won the Asian Indoor Games gold in 9-ball pool. So he's a pretty handy cueist across a couple of disciplines. Does that have any bearing about his form here, would you?
I wouldn't have thought so, no. Very difficult to actually play 2 disciplines. It's a different type of cue action at times for a 9-ball and 8-ball pool as well. So, but no, he's obviously very talented. But I must say, I'm so impressed with how he's come back here. I mean, at 8-3, Barry was making all the running, dominating, both the safety and, of course, the scoring. But if you look at how well he scored over the last 4 frames, he hasn't won it in fits and starts. He's won it like in 1 visit. And that's very, very impressive against a player of Barry's experience.
I think I remember going to China to play, and I was one of the lowest seeds for the competition. I'd qualified to play in a tournament in China, and the lowest seeds at that stage, 4 of them had to play the wild cards, of which Liu Haoqian, I think, and also Zhao Xingtong were 2. I think at the time Xingtong was 15 and Haoqian was 13. And I was standing next to these players. There was 2 little kids with cue cases higher than them, and thinking these must be the 2 players. I had photographs with both of them, and I was thinking one of those players is going to play tonight, who absolutely outplayed me, Zhao Xingtong. Totally outplayed me. And obviously those 2 young players were tipped to be future champions. Xingtong has not moved on, has not progressed, but Haoqian has.
Well, it's amazing, actually, you mentioned that, because this fella won... He was actually the youngest player ever to win a match in a big event, and that was in the Shanghai Masters. He was only 14 years of age, and he beat Marco Fu then, and, of course, 6 years later, he did so at the Crucible. So he's certainly got a history. Back we go.
Well, as you come back, you've seen the reds fly all over the table there. And has he got away with it? No, he's left the one over the middle pocket. All the others are covered, but I mean, he's cueing so well, he thought, well, that's the type of pot he knocks in maybe 9 times out of 10 in practice. There's lots of these young players coming through from China, and not so many in the UK, but there's one player to keep an eye out from, and that's Mark Allen's stepson, Robbie McGuigan, 13 years of age. Just not that long ago, 135 break, and then followed it with a 147 in practice. So watch out for Mark Allen's stepson, because we need a few young players coming through in the UK, Peter, as well, because there's going to be hosts of them from China.
4. Yes, absolutely certain of that, Dennis. They're even playing snooker in China in the schools now, aren't they, as part of their curriculum, which is quite amazing. And all of the young Chinese lads work very, very hard. They're all practicing 6, 8, 10 hours a day. And they're very, very talented. Meanwhile, Barry Hawkins has got an opportunity to regain his focus, his composure, and also his scoring power. And more importantly, some confidence as well. And I'm sure it's been knocked by the assault that he's faced in the last 4 frames from young Liao Haotian, who's been very, very impressive.
You'll not get
12.
a better chance with the ball sitting like this, and it's time to get back to work, Barry.
13.
This match played to a conclusion tomorrow morning. And a 9-7 would be acceptable. 8 each. He
20.
wouldn't be very happy with that, that's for sure. If he can get to 69 points,
21.
as you can see, that will more or less give him this final frame of this session. He could have played that better.
28.
Has he got an angle just to run through and get onto the black? Maybe just about. He might have to brush the other red. Oh, he could just manage it. But 29. Has he hit it? Look what he's done here. Oh, he must be okay. I thought he'd snookered himself on the black. Well, he has. So what was he? Well, he was pointing the cue. I thought he must be on the black, but look at that. That's a lapse in concentration there. So well, I say a lapse in concentration. There's a lot of pressure on Barry at the moment in this final frame. I don't know where he thought he might just brush that red there, Peter.
He did. Yeah. He actually couldn't believe he missed the cannon
Barry
on the red.
Hawkins, 29.
What a huge frame for both players now. Needs to be very careful not to push a red over the left corner here. That's a good line. That's a good length as well. Well played. Lovely safety shot. May possibly have left a red into the right centre, but it's very, very tough. And very tight as well by the looks of it. You feel that with this being such an important frame, you may well be better off not pushing the boat out here and playing a quality safety shot. So that's good to see. Just taking a little bit of time to see where he'd like to put the cue ball. Showing signs of experience, growing maturity there. He's slightly overhit this, but it's not bad. It's not bad at all. Well played.
Yeah, being 29 points behind, he wanted the black into play there. Thing just to get up and get back down again, clear your head and make sure you've got the shot in your mind that you want to play. There is a couple of paths back down the table, but he's got to be a bit careful.
That was a very clever shot from the young man there. As Dennis quite rightly said, bringing the black into play, it just puts an extra bit of pressure on this safety shot now that Barry Hawkins faces. Well, that was a very, very good effort. And he's got an excellent cue ball. Well played. Excellent shot.
Similar problem here for Liu Haoqian. What has he spotted? If you could see enough of the red that's available into the left corner, he might be able to take it as a shot to nothing, but can he see enough of it? No, I don't think he can, but there is a path back down the table off that. But he doesn't like it. He's just going to nestle on this one off the side cushion. Is that not going to reach?
Foul. And a miss. Barry Hawkins full.
Yeah, there is one red that's possible into the left middle pocket, the one that's just to the left and behind the pink, but you wouldn't want to be even contemplating that one.
Yeah, Barry.
Yeah, that's better.
Very interesting, Dennis, to watch the body language and facial expressions of Liu Haoqian. Even when he comes to the table and he's in a bit of trouble, it's not a frown, it's not a worried expression, it's not a grimace, it's a knowing smile.
Which tells us all that he is loving this experience at the Crucible Theatre. And why wouldn't you? All very difficult there, looking at that picture. caught this a little on the thick side. He was trying to get down behind the brown, but there's a pot on, but I don't think he likes the look of it, as you can see there. How would you get out for the colour? The other one he's had a glance at, but he's 33 in front. And he's calling on all his experience here. He's playing the percentages because he badly wants this final frame of this session. Well, that's going to make things very interesting, but he's played a really good safety shot. But with the red now over the left corner pocket, that has made a big difference. If he can get past the green to play the one near the pink spot, he could send it on to the red that's near the pocket, but would he get the white back down the table? Maybe.
Alternatively, Dennis, he's got a really interesting safety shot here. If he looks at it, he could play the red, which is closest to the black, and play that full in the face, play the double kiss and get the cue ball back to baulk somewhere where it is now. That's if he cannot get past the green to play the red, which is closest to the pink spot.
Well, what about the shot he's coming around to look at now? He's looking at the one on the left side of the table to see if he could put it in off the one that's near the corner pocket. That's what he's looking at. Boy, this would be some shot to pull off if he takes it on.
The only problem with this, Dennis, is that he's going to have to play it at great pace. And although it is a big pocket, the red could actually go to the left jaw because he's going to be playing it with so much pace. Good chance of getting this, though. Oh, wow. He hit that completely wrong. And to be honest, he's been quite fortunate not to leave anything easier than this. That red may look simple to the right centre. Unfortunately, Barry won't have to play that with too much pace. Good shot. Good chance now.
Yeah, it was a big decision for Liu Hao-chen, but it wasn't a bad choice. He just didn't catch as he intended. It might have looked a little bit reckless, but it was a good choice of shot that he finished up spotting and just didn't execute it as he intended.
4.
That was an excellent positional shot from Barry Hawkins there. Even if he's slightly the wrong side of this red. You've got a very good cue ball there. Sending that round off 2 cushions. Oh my word. Can you believe that? Barry Hawkins can't believe it. And neither can we.
Well, you better believe it as we show it to you again. And all of a sudden, this young Chinese player's in with a bit of a shout here. 37 behind. The pink way up the other end of the table, but the black could be back on its spot in a couple of shots' time. He's got a good angle. Well, he's come up short, but I still think he can drop this in and get onto the black.
6.
It should have been easier, though. He might change his plan and wait for the next shot, but it's there. He can drop this in and finish on the black. But the brown's a distraction. So maybe taking this one, getting on the blue, and then going back to that to get on the black. But he wants to get on the black straight away.
7.
can't do too much with a cue ball here. He's pretty straight. He's got a slight angle. Oh, it's not too bad, actually.
So
big pressure for this young Chinese player with the opportunity to potentially draw a level.
15.
8-3 behind. He's won the last 4 frames, and now he's got a bit of a chance to level the scores. Who would have thought it?
Oh, Barry Hawkins has missed a couple of reds into that left middle pocket, Dennis, that could really end up costing him.
The things that happen at the Crucible Theatre. It's been happening since 1977. There's always something happens each year. Meanwhile, he's just overran the position there. Now it's the green to get back up to those 4 reds. If he's dead straight, he'll be okay. Yeah, he can get back. Might just be okay if he can drop this in and hold for the black. Another couple of inches would have been better there, but let's see if he can just roll it in and drop on the black.
Just lost the cue ball slightly. But again, if he just drops this black in, he'll have the choice of red into the right-hand black pocket, possibly red into the left corner as well, depending on how... Oh, he's overcut it. Oh, it's a terrible miss.
Liu Hao Chen, 27.
You know, he's played so well, but there's just a few shots in this session where he took his eye off the pot, concentrating on the cue ball, and that's a bad miss.
Well, at least we know he is human, Dennis, and he does feel pressure, just like the rest of us.
Still not a straightforward run to the winning line in this frame, the way the reds are situated. And he's faced with one of those delicate little ones along the cushion.
8.
Good cueing there. No. Very good cueing. Has he got an angle to play with a bit of running side, just to cannon the right of the 2 reds? If he can play it with a little bit of running side, you can see him right hand, top spin. Does he get the cannon? He certainly does.
16.
But this is a very thin cutback.
Yes, he's been unfortunate there, Dennis. That's probably the worst cannon he could have got. This is very thin. Cue ball's going to be travelling.
$17.
Played that nicely. So he'll be leaving himself a mid-range pot now.
So there you see the difference, 32. He just needs this red.
22.
Oh, and can you get, where's the red? Can you get your breath? That was frame ball.
Barry Hawkins.
And look where it's
22.
finished. Look where it's finished. A little smile from Barry, but wow, didn't even get close.
No, that was a very surprising miss from Barry. So much experience, and he knew the significance of that. But every credit to the young Chinese boy. He's put him under so much pressure in this session. He's played fantastic.
He's got to get up for the blue. He looked at the pink there, but he must take at least the blue to be able to win the frame. It looks like he's playing across the table for the pink. Oh, he knows he hasn't hit it well. Well, I know it would have been nice to get the pink back on its spot, but I would have played up for the blue there and made sure he got that far, because it wasn't going to be easy. Look where the brown is. He was guaranteed to be on the blue.
Oh, and because of that, Dennis, and it was a poor choice of shot. There's so much pressure on this pink now, and this is a tough pink. Yeah. It wasn't the miss pink, it was the shot before.
One.
Unfortunately.
Well, he's had a couple of chances, and it was the positional side of it that let him down there to leave the awkward pink. And he now needs one snooker to tie. And he might find himself snookered behind the pink here. Or maybe not. Thank you. It's still a terrific performance from this young Chinese player, because he was 8-3 down. And just a few moments ago, it looked as if he was going to draw level at 8-all. But even at 9-7, it's going to be fascinating tomorrow morning for the final session. This one's not over just yet. But that helps Barry Hawkins' cause in this frame. Because Barry's got to be so careful here, because if he leaves the yellow on, Liu Hao Chen would pot the yellow, and look with the green sitting to get the snooker right next to the brown.
Big target for Barry to get a snooker here.
Oh, he's butchered this one.
Yeah, played that very poorly. And you would think, Dennis, that if Barry Hawkins were to go on and win this match, that one shot where Liu Hao Chen decided not to play for the blue and decided to play for the pink instead, that one mistake could be the one shot that really costs him.
He's found a gap. But look at the situation of those balls to get a snooker behind. Now, can he judge this one and get in behind one of those colours that's right next to him? Flick would help. No flick.
Well, it was a very good shot. A couple of fortuitous kisses. Means that Barry Hawkins is faced with a snooker. Shouldn't be too difficult to get out of, though.
Yeah, that's the line that take him to the yellow. Oh, he's missed it and hit the black. Well,
Blue Ho Chin 7.
what's going to happen next? He now can win. He could only tie. But now he's got 7 points in penalties. He can win, and he's putting Barry back in again, which is one of his choices. Of course, a miss can't be called when you're at the snooker's required stage.
And after failing to escape the snooker, in many ways he was fortunate not to leave a free ball. Cannoning into all the balls in the bulk end, anything could have happened there. So, very good safety shot required now. Could we have a twist right at the end of this frame? What a huge frame in this match. Doesn't want to cannon the green.
Yeah, I think the yellow straight